16.
Because 16 are there, sir. That is the reason.
Now 24, sir.
24, okay. In another 1 minute, we'll start.
Okay, sir. In between, I'll speak to them.
Yes, sir. Please, sir. Please, sir.
Good morning to all.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Today we have
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Today we have personality course. Now, earlier actually this paper is called as a personality theories. Now they have been revised recently personality. So total personality related characteristics, theories and application oriented everything covered in the personality paper. In general, మనకి ఎలా ఉంటుందంటే personality means physical structure or psychological body appearance and all those things. Just we say if the person is fair and handsome, we'll talk as his personality is good. But in psychology, we should not assess like that. We have to see the internal and external characteristics of the candidate or person. So then only we can assess the candidate personality. So without internal characteristics assessment, we can't judge his personality is good, his personality is fair, not like that. So physical appearance is not a personality in psychology. So ఇది అందరు గుర్తుపెట్టుకోవాల్సిన అంశం అనమాట. Most of them are thinking that if the person is handsome or fair or something and height and weight and all those things, so his personality is good and his characteristics is also good. So don't judge with the seeing of the physical appearance of the candidate. Especially in psychology, we assess the internal assessment based on the, we have lot of psychological assessment tools are there. So we conduct the questionnaires. So we take the responses through the questionnaire. Based on that, we calculate the scores and then we assess the personality of the candidate. So we take as a internal and external, both the characteristics considered for the personality. Not only physical appearance or external characteristics, we can't judge the candidate personality. So this is the just brief information, and especially in psychology, most of them know that father of psychology, Sigmund Freud. Just most of them are telling that Sigmund Freud is the father of psych. Sigmund Freud is the father of psychoanalysis, not for the psychology. Father of psychology is the Wilhelm Wundt. So he was the first instrumental to start the experimental psychology laboratory. So because of that, 1879 he started psychological laboratory. So he is the father of psychology, but Sigmund Freud is the father of psychoanalysis. He is not the father of psychology. Ivi chala mandi when we ask for the Viva OC project or something in practical, just sometimes we ask who is the father of psychology? Sir, Sigmund Freud, sir. Sigmund Freud is the psychoanalyst and he is the father of psychoanalysis. Basically, he is from medical background. He is a psychiatrist. So Wilhelm Wundt is basically he is a philosopher. Later he converted as a psychologist. So he is the father of psychology. So this is the fundamental basic thing. And last week also madam already explained the difference between psychologist and psychiatrist. So those who are studying MA psychology or MSc psychology, they must know the difference between psychologist and psychiatrist. So psychologist came from the arts or science background from graduation. After that, they do MA psychology or MSc psychology. Sometimes they may continue MPhil and PhD psychology also. So these people will be called as a psychologist. So psychologist cannot prescribe medicines, and only we do assessment, and sometimes we may give counseling and therapies also. So beyond that we can't do. But psychiatrist, he is basically came from the medical background. After completion of the MBBS, they do DPM, Diploma in Psychological Medicine, or MD Psychiatry. They will be called as a psychiatrist. So these are the differences between psychologist and psychiatrist. These things also, when we are asking in the Vijayawada, people don't know while they are completing the MA Psychology or MSc Psychology. So these are the fundamental we should know. Generally, we go out our parties or some meeting with some people. So people are asking, sir, I am studying MSc Psychology or MA Psychology. Sir, please tell me about myself. So they will, అంటే people think that we are astrologists or like that. నా గురించి చెప్పండి సార్, నన్ను ఏమనుకుంటున్నారు అనుకో. సో వీఆర్ నాట్ ఆస్ట్రాలజిస్ట్ ఆర్ లేకపోతే జ్యోతిష్కులం కాదు. సో వీఆర్ ది ఎస్ఎస్ఎస్ ఆఫ్ ది హ్యూమన్ సైకాలజీ. సో హ్యూమన్ బిహేవియర్, వీఆర్ అసెసింగ్ ది హ్యూమన్ బిహేవియర్ through psychological testing, not face-to-face reading or just seeing of the physical appearance of the candidates. So all those things in covered personality paper. So please look into our all personality block-wise books, and sir will explain in briefly, nutshell. So he is not going to teach you, just he is going to give the gist of the personality. So last week already, Madam Cognitive Psychology Sunday, Madam has already explained, and Madam has also told you difference between psychologist and psychiatrist. However, once again, I also briefed those things. And one more thing, re-registration for second year. Already last week also I informed all the people. So 30th is the last date to continue your second year education. It may extend, but we don't know exactly they will extend or not. But 30th is the last date. This is one aspect. Submission of assignments, 30th is last date. So please submit. So far, yesterday I was in SRR and CUR Government College. I inquired
Excuse me,
that.
sir. Excuse me, sir. We are first year students from January session. We also have to apply for second year
Yes,
at now.
I'm telling for the only January 2021 session students only, not for the July 2021 session.
Sir, when
Uh,
will be the last date? Pardon.
30th is the last date to pay the second year fee, and second one is 30th is the last date to submit your assignments. So yesterday I inquired that out of 39 students, only 20 students submitted their assignment. So remaining 19 students, they are not going to write examination, I think. So without submission of
Sir, I have
assignment,
submitted.
no. Just I am telling the information. Who has submitted,
Okay.
who has not submitted, I am not asking. Just I am
Okay.
giving the information. So only out of 39 students admitted in January 2021 session, out of 39, 20 students submitted the assignments. So remaining 19 students not submitted assignment. They may be, there may be so many reasons. So they may be right in next June session or next December session, or they are postponing, we don't know. But better to submit assignments 30th, those who want to write examination in the month of January. So better to submit exam fee also. December 15th is the last date. Already link is opened in the IGNOU website. Just go to the IGNOU website, and link for the term and examination December 2021 is there in main page, and click on that, enter your enrollment program code and enrollment number and region. So examination centers are established in the Vijayawada region, 7 examination centers: Vijayawada, Guntur, Nellore, Tirupati, Anantapur, and Kurnool. So these are the examination centers in Vijayawada region. So wherever you want to write, you can choose the examination center. You have to write all the papers same place only. There is no, once you pay the examination fees, there is no chance to change the examination center. You have to appear there, that center only. So this, all the instructions available in the examination form. So please pay the examination fee also on or before December 15th. After that, you have to pay 1100 rupees extra fee, not late fee, extra fee, not fine. University is not charging, not fine. Additional fee, because they are giving chance to appear the term and examination. So they are charging additional fee, not fine. So the difference between fine and additional fee. So university is charging late fee or additional fee. So this is the information. So three things you have to do. One is 30th, on or before 30th, you have to submit your assignments. And for continuation of second year, you have to pay a re-registration fee. If possible, you can pay examination fee also. But time is there for the term and examination fee, December 15. These are the information. Now, sir will start his discussion and counseling.
Thank you, sir.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Sir, this is regarding material dispatch, sir. We are in
Which
July batch.
July batch, it will come up to February, because admissions are not yet closed now. So they
Okay,
will dispatching one by one. So it will reach up to February. So in meanwhile, already last week I told you. So you download the Google Play Store from the IGNOU e-content app, and you can look after the material. Or otherwise, you can download the PDF format e-GAN course link.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
So 27 students admitted. Okay, fine. Sir, shall we start?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sir. Continue.
Thank you very much, Prasad Babu Garu. Thank you so much for your introductory remarks. You have laid the foundation for today's session, that is on personality. As you have rightly mentioned, sir, personality is not just about physical appearance or social reputation, but it is more to do with the internal as well as external aspects of the personality. So today's session will be on personality. And today, as sir said, this is not a class where the entire syllabus will be covered, whereas this session is called as an academic counseling session, where some of the important aspects where students have misunderstood, or students have few dilemmas, or few students have few doubts, those aspects will be dealt in this particular session. Thank you very much, sir, for your presence as well as.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you, sir. 1 minute. 1 minute.
Yes, sir. Please, sir.
Why I have mentioned here, people are asking, please tell about me and like that, myself. So when I was a lecturer in psychology, Vishaka Government College, Vishakhapatnam, our students used to ask, సార్ నా గురించి చెప్పండి సార్, అమ్మాయి గురించి చెప్పండి సార్, ఈ అమ్మాయి మంచిదా చెడ్డదా కదా చెప్పండి సార్. సో ఐ వాజ్ ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్డ్ ఈవెన్ 1996 97 during the when I was a lecturer in government college. So still same questions are I am receiving wherever I go. If I say I am a psychologist, still some people are asking like that. So అందుకోసమే చెప్పడం జరిగింది, otherwise no need to mention here. Thank you,
sir.
Sir.
You are absolutely correct, sir. That needs to be mentioned here, sir, time and again. Thank you, sir.
గోపాల్ గారు వాయిస్ వస్తుందా సార్?
సార్ నేను మాట్లాడలేదు సార్. ఎస్ yes, I'm trying to share the screen, sir.
Okay. గోపాల్ గారు నేను బయటకు వెళ్తాను.
రైట్ సార్, ఓకే అండి.
11 to 11:15 or 11:30 బ్రేక్ ఇచ్చేయండి, మళ్ళీ కంటిన్యూ చేయండి.
yes sir.
ఓకే సార్, థ్యాంక్
you, sir. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir.
Oh, wonderful, enthusiastic voices.
Very good morning, sir.
Yeah, very good morning.
Morning, sir.
So, today's session is on personality theories and assessment. This is the older version of the subject name. And I'll be discussing some of the most important insights of personality theories today. So, if the bandwidth is permitting you, can you kindly switch on your videos if it is possible only? If there are some issues, there are no issues. For me, there are no, what is this called as mandatory things that you have to switch on your videos, not necessary. So good. Let me start or lay the foundation for this particular session. When we talk about personality, as sir has rightly introduced, it is not about the outer personality, it is about the inner personality, but we are not aware of what exactly is this inner personality. Because we talk about personality, it is in the textbooks also, if at all you observe, it is very easy to understand the subject of personality, but do you think that it is easy for us to understand the subject in front of us? This is more important. We have two subjects over here. One is the subject, which is called as syllabus in front of us. The second one is the subject in front of us. In psychology, the experiments, whatever you do, what happens is to whomever you are actually administering some tests, psychological tests or psychological instruments, that person is called as subject, SUBJECT.
So are
So
you
in
sharing the screen? Sorry to interrupt.
No, sir. No, ma'am, I'm not sharing the screen. First of all, I want to introduce the context. Have few, what is this called as? Share some insights with you. Like to listen from you initially, and then I would like to present the session.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. So, in psychological test administration, today I'm going to introduce you about the projective techniques. In projective techniques, I'm going to talk about some psychological tests. What is the psychological test? To what extent we can rely on the psychological test? What do you mean by validity of the psychological test? And on whom we are supposed to administer the test? And what are the kind of precautions we are supposed to take when we are trying to administer the test, and how do we give the feedback about the psychological test to the person in front of us. The person in front of us is called as the subject. So as a matter of fact, we are also very important to be considered for study, and over a period of time when we gain experience, then it is necessary, or if I have to use the right word, we are supposed to be responsible to counsel the people in front of us and around us who need the support of psychological counseling. So that is the reason with whomever we are trying to meet and then trying to assist them or help them or guide them with respect to psychological counseling, they are called as subjects. So in that particular context, I say that if you open this personality syllabus or textbook that is issued by IGNOU, if you read the content, it is very easy to understand. There are a lot of psychological theories. We have type theories, we have trait theories also. So if you go through these type theories and trait theories, the subject is very, very interesting. Second thing is, it is easy to understand. When we talk about Ising's personality theory, so there we say he tried to divide personality traits into extroversion, introversion, neuroticism, and versus stability, something like that. He has actually categorized it, and if you go through these particular concepts, it is very easy to understand. But the biggest challenge all of us generally face is to understand ourselves and understand the subject in front of us. Do you agree or not?
Agree, sir.
Yeah. So when we all agree, in everyday life, we generally interact with a lot of people around us. The category of people are, one is the family members. Second one is our colleagues in the organization. And the way we are influenced by the media shapes our behavior. So in these contexts, now can you please let me know why people behave in different ways in different occasions? What are the unique aspects that you have identified over a period of time by your experience in people, and you are puzzled to discover why they are actually like that? Can you please share your experiences?
Way of thinking also depends, and surrounding nature also depends.
Okay.
I feel
Different.
because they observed people doing that in that situation.
Okay. Why do
Their
people
Different.
behave
previous
the way they do?
Their previous
different
experiences, sir.
different conditions.
Depending on mood also, moods.
Depending on mood, depending on their previous experiences.
Sir, this is Sujata. Sir, as per my opinion, everyone is unique in their style, in their thinking, the way of presentation of themselves, everything. If we have the proper literacy and we do have the experiences, we just make over ourselves. What I feel, whatever we are presenting in front of the mock of the people, that may not be my original personality. If I'm having the proper guidance, then I may change myself. Everyone are having their own. That's it. If it is positive, I may enhance it. If it is negative, I'm going to compress it by learning about the different good personalities in the society. What I believe. Tattvam antam ga sir.
Yes.
Adi vaadi tattvam ra antam.
Okay.
Like that.
Fine. So what is this positive? What is this negative?
For everything, sir, whatever may be the situation we may take, somebody may think only the plus points, and some always choose to find out the negative points only.
Okay. So you mean to say negative is bad and positive is good?
It's not like that, sir. The way of taking. The way of taking. For example, if you are telling some comment about me, I may choose that I have the two ways. I may think that let me take this and grow up, and I should work on that so that I may feel better, comfortable in the society. This is one way. Another way, Ravkant sir deliberately have targeted me. That's why I don't want to attend his classes. This is the another way.
Sir, can I give example?
So in a way, you have actually
Sir,
targeted me.
sir, may I give example?
Fine.
Sir, may I give example?
Yeah, Kapil sir, tell me.
Yes, sir, Anand sir. Sir, it's just a simple thing. You say half water is filled, half glass of water is filled, or little bit water is left in glass. You can say that.
Okay.
Way of thinking, sir.
Way of thinking. Okay, fine. So we feel that we are all educated, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, academically qualified, educated, right? Yes, agree?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So in that particular situation, are we basically free from our problems, including the speaker?
No, sir.
No.
Definitely not, sir.
Yeah. So in what way this education has actually, did it lessen the burden or did it confuse more to our existing
Sir,
problems?
lessen the burden by motivating others, and by meditation we can solve each and every problem. I think so.
No.
No.
These words are actually coming from the mouth. I'm actually going into the heart.
Okay.
See, now there are two ways of looking at the issue, as Sujata ma'am has said. If I have to say, is our mind speaking, or if I have to speak in the language of psychology, is my cognitive process speaking? Is my ego speaking, or is it my heart speaking? Now, there should be a harmony between the heart and then the cognitive abilities, right? So I'm actually asking you from the point of view of the heart. So we are all educated, as we are called as educated people, a class of people who are academically qualified, and they assume that they are unlike others because they are privileged. Yet, all the people, including the speaker, have their own personal problems. If I'm speaking to you right now in a professionally fashioned manner, it doesn't mean that after this particular session, I will not have any kind of problems, and all the people around me are very, very happy with me, healthy with my behaviors. Now,
Not possible.
why it happens generally, including the speaker? Why it happens? Even though we are educated, why is it that we have these kind of problems that we every time face? It is not that we are all facing new problems every time, but we are actually engrossing on the same old problem, either between me or with my spouse. So in what way
We
this
could not.
education is actually trying to helping us, or is it confusing us more, or is it adding more problem to our existing confusion? I want to learn from you, ma'am, please.
We can't satisfy everybody. We can't satisfy everybody.
It's about the intention, sir. Intention you decide to do something. It can be anything. You can sit and just blabber to yourself, but we don't do that because you think that, oh, people will think me of mad. So starting with that, you have to take a decision as head of the family, or even as a spouse who takes who cooking is her job. So she has to think about others' intentions and what they want. It cannot be only me. So you somewhere you have to involve others, their intentions, their decisions, keeping all that in mind. Maybe there we face a little dilemma, but otherwise education is actually, if you allow it to give you a spot to think, space to think, it is very good.
I agree with Rupa ma'am, sir.
Now, when we are talking about education, I want to basically differentiate academics with the education. So when we say we are educated, are we academically qualified or are we educated? Because when I have to pitch in the concept of personality, so I have to basically logically link education with personality, not just academics with personality. So still we have these problems running in our lives. Are we happy in our lives?
Maybe probably we are confined to a particular boundaries like perceptions of predetermined like we should think in this situation. Maybe the kind of education set us a particular boundaries to think in a particular perception, like you don't have to like mixed in a box kind. Out of the box thinking is not yet uh, confined to us already. Probably that could also be effective, that
Okay.
we keep on repeating the same problems and thinking the same perception.
So good. Jahanavi ma'am, thank you very much for that point. So please underline what you said or remember what you said, because we have not many things to discuss in the presentation. Yeah.
Okay, sir.
So people,
Thank you.
anybody agree with Jahanavi madam? Or?
Yeah, I agree with Jan.
Yes.
Yeah, I totally agree because when you say academically qualified, basically you get the degrees. Yeah, but when you say you're educated, actually, to be frank, if you're not aware of anything, you are happy. But if you start getting aware of it, for example, I also teach. I'm a teacher, so you are basically know about biology. So when you know about your parts and you know how it's functioning, so when you have a stomach ache, you basically know what exactly is happening in your body. So actually, you get more scared. So you still try to experiment. Okay, is the cause because of this, or if not this, or if not this? That is again a mental stress for us. So the when you are educated, again it is adding a stress to our life because we know about it. We know about what is exactly happening to our body. So that is basically putting an added personality disadvantage for us. So thank you.
When we are, if somebody has a problem around us, not our family members, except for our family members, I have to underline the word except for our family members. If anybody else has a problem in their personal life, if they are approaching us, we feel a sense of detachment, unattachedness. I'm not saying detachment in the sense of negative lines. It is not that we want to avoid the problems of others, but we are not very, very personal to their problem. But yet we will try to give the best of advice. We console them. We try to understand their problems. We express our sympathy, empathy towards them. But if some problems happen to our personal lives with anybody in our family members, why is that we are reacting a lot? The same person who is able to counsel or guide or advise or give the best of compassion, guidance to others, when something happens in his or her family members, why is that spontaneous reaction or the lower levels of sensitivity? Why?
Empathy,
It
sir.
is our emotions overruling us then.
Yeah, why? So if when
We
we
don't.
are trying to guide others or counsel others, why is that empathy not, emotions not being expressed as it is being expressed when we are actually interacting with our people?
because we are more attached to them, Ravi sir, basically. So when you're more attached to them, we will end up counseling, end up not counseling and start getting reacting to the situation, basically.
And probably we feel like we should be very careful of giving those advice, because if it isn't working when the other person, but in the family if it isn't working, then we might get more scared to give an advice which doesn't work. There is a probability it might or might not, so that might not probability might affect us because it's in the family. To others, if we give advice, no, we just sit and we have given advice, that's our case.
No, if I
Probably.
have to take Jahanavi Madam's words, when we are unable to balance our own personality with the problems that we are facing in our personal lives, and we are trying to be very, very emphatic, and then when we are involved in training our, when we are easily trying to counsel the people around us, do you think that it naturally happens, or will it be very, very effective?
Sir, for me, it has actually been an advantage. I have a reason. I I have done my just a small diploma in teaching special children. And last year, when I finished my graduation in psychology, I was able to find more about the child and more about their parents and what the problems the child is facing with concern to education, with concern to their behavior. And is there a reason I can counsel the parents also? Because being a teacher, I have to counsel the parents too. So for me, it's been an added advantage, I can say. And it has given more exposure to me towards how to guide my own children.
Yamani ma'am, thank you very much, Rupa ma'am. So, my dear members of this session, please bear with me, because this is going to be the platform from where we are going to take it further to understand the personality theories. Because it should not be like a one-way communication where I say everything out and then you do not have any clue what I am speaking about. Please bear with me for only few minutes. Yamani ma'am, please.
Sir, according to me, I feel that every human will think that their problem is bigger than others. Their family problems are bigger than the problems in society happening. So, one is this thing, and second thing is preaching is very much easy, or giving advice is very much easy than implementing this the advice, I feel. So, we may give free advices very much.
Yeah. So that is the point. So if that is the case, are we basically successful in counseling others, advising others, or are we basically trying to be much better a person than we are?
Sorry, sir.
No, are we? So when we are actually trying to interact with others, counsel others very well, and after that, when we are interacting with our own family members or counseling them or guiding them whenever there is a problem, are we becoming better of ourselves?
Yes, sir, of course.
Let's take an example. There is an accident on the highway, and a person is badly injured, and the blood is actually flowing from him. So it is easy for me to immediately stop the vehicle, go to that particular person immediately, take hold of him, call the 108, and put him in the right place at the right time. But if something goes wrong with somebody who is very, very close, then can we initiate that particular behavior? Can we really think about what
No,
we are
sir.
supposed to do at that point of time?
No,
So
no.
why?
Emotion plays a major role, sir. We used to think a lot of pathetic consequences. We used to think a lot what will happen. It may be the heart stroke or something else. We used to think a lot instead of take the proper action in the place.
Okay. So any more deeper insights about why is that we are unable to help our own people, but we are readily there for others. Now, is it like a split personality? We tend to be different for our people and then different for others.
We have our own fears, no, sir.
It depends upon situation, sir.
We
It
have our
depends
own
upon
fears.
situation or mood or surroundings, sir.
Yes, Shyam Sundar, sir. Yes.
Yeah, we have our own fears inside.
Yeah. What is
so giving suggestion is that is okay.
Yeah.
But the inner side, my reality is different. No, giving suggestion compared to giving suggestion, my reality is different. So in my reality, I am already bagged with fears and lot of experience, bad experiences, and my selfishness plays main role.
Okay. So over a period of time, when you become counseling psychologists, I definitely, acknowledge that particular fact that you will definitely become good counseling psychologists to help other people help themselves. So
when I am effective, when I become effective, definitely there will be a modification in myself itself.
Okay.
Myself.
Yeah, fine. So now, why is that I am able to counsel everybody except my children?
Emotional and
Maybe the way you counsel them and counsel others might differ.
My own children, definitely, they won't take serious, sir.
Good. That is a natural point.
Yeah. So actually, sir,
the
Paratimaka Vaijani Prankradane word out ఉంటుంది.
No, are we trying to make it true? Are we trying to make the maxim true by our abilities?
Maybe we go overboard with our children.
Sir, if you just think, if for us, suppose the Chiranjeevi is the hero, he's very precious to us. Okay, the same thing, the person who is there in the family, suppose Ramcharan, the servant in the house, do they feel the same about Chiranjeevi?
Good.
No. So like the same.
Yeah. Fine. Yamini ma'am, yes.
My own virtues are there, no?
Okay.
So when in the counseling time, the counselee always see my positive things. But in family, I too have some negative things, no?
Yeah.
Then people judge me. Yeah, he's also normal people in family, I'm telling.
Okay. Fine. Good. Yamini ma'am, last to say, Manashweta, yes, and one more has raised their hands. Very quickly, if at all you can share your points, I would like to begin the presentation for all of you. Yeah, can you see the screen, ma'am, sirs?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So anybody has anything to share?
Yeah, when we are with other people, so basically we have only less time with them. So we try to be the best to them. So we show only our positive characteristics, what best we have. But when we are at home, they know our weakness. They know the negative side, the positive side, everything they know basically.
Okay.
So we are so open in our family compared to the outside world. So just want to add that.
మ్యాన్ అనేవాడు ఒక సోషల్ యానిమల్ సార్. అతను ఎవరితో అయితే సోషలైజ్ చేస్తారో, నాట్ ఓన్లీ ఫ్యామిలీ, ఫ్రెండ్స్ తో కానీ లేకపోతే బయట వ్యక్తులతో, సో అట్లాంటి వాళ్ళతో డెఫినెట్ గా ఎమోషనల్ గా ఎంతో కొంత డిపెండెంట్ లో ఉంటారు సార్. సో హీ ఫీల్స్ దెమ్ ఇంపార్టెంట్. అతనికి ఇంపార్టెన్స్ ఇవ్వటం వల్ల ఆ ఇంపార్టెన్స్ ఇతన్ని, అంటే కౌన్సిల్ చేసే అతన్ని డెఫినెట్ గా ఎఫెక్టివ్ గా చేసి థింక్ చేయకుండా చేస్తారు సార్. సో ఒక ఫ్యామిలీ కాదు, అతను సోషలైజ్ చేసే వాళ్ళతో ఎవరితో అయినా సరే కొద్దిగా ఎఫెక్టివ్ గా అతను ఉంటారు సార్.
Okay, fine. So if I have to conclude this, I want to give some of your opinions as I understand. Yes, we all agree to the fact that we are different from our family. We are different in the way we behave with our family members to the people outside us, outside our families. We tend to respond to others, whereas we tend to react with our family members. And we always try to give a gyan to all other people that we should not respond, we should not react, but we are supposed to respond. So this is the gyan we basically give to all other people when we are trying to do counseling. We have to be emotionally intelligent, this, this. Having said that, we generally tend to be very, very reactive in our own family members. So there is something called as dichotomy. There are some differences in the way we tend to project outside and we tend to be inside. So there is a dissonance in our thought process and in our behaviors. So this is the truth that we are supposed to accept. So what next? Is it possible that we continue to have this gap in the same way completely over a period of time? No. Our goal is the more we are trying to basically interact with strangers for betterment of life, the more we may be conditioned to be to do or to be in a better situation with our family members. This is very important. Let us take an example. When we are trying to help a person who has met with an accident, okay, when we are showing that altruistic behavior to outside people in various occasions at various times, frequently, then over a period of time, inside us, we are also trying to create an environment or an ecosystem where we are also prepared to help our family members in the way we are trying to help others. So the more we are exposed to people outside, the more we are exposed to problems outside, the more we are exposed to conditions outside, suffering outside, and in what way we are trying to help people outside over a period of time, that will make us or prepare us to lessen the gap that is existing for a longer period of time. So we will also try to see our own family members in the way we are trying to see other people. So that should be the goal of us. So any experience that we are actually trying to take it from outside, we are supposed to have some kind of preparations as to how we are supposed to be with the people inside. Let us take an example. I may be speaking very roughly with people in my home, but when I am actually speaking to people outside my family, that is when I am working in an organization, I tend to be very, very formal, professional. So all the people in the formal environment or professional environment, they speak very good about me. So when they are introduced to my family members, when they say that, your husband is very good, he speaks very well, he gels with the people very well, he laughs, he smiles, and he's the life of our team in the organization. So if all these things are actually heard by our family members, then it is quite surprising to the spouse or family members, because that kind of environment is not at all there in the family. Which means what? So I am trying to basically pretend outside, but I'm not trying to be the same person as I'm supposed to be in the home, which means I'm trying to act outside for my own safety, for my own safety. And I don't feel that, I need to be safer in the home because I can dictate things. So in that way, what happens is over a period of time, the accident happens. The family breakages happen. So the reason is, we feel that, we are in control with our family members, and we can do anything with our family members. But whereas for my survival, for my social acceptance outside my family, I need to pretend, or I need to act, or I need to show my false self. So I'm not saying that this is the same thing for everybody, but as a matter of fact, it is a common observation that I have seen in my counseling sessions. The person is different from what he is in his family. And this is natural, quite natural for all of us, including the speaker. But the fact is that, what is that learning we can take from outside to inside? That is more important. And how long is the journey? And if the longer is the journey, what is the damage it has already done to the existing relationships? If that is the case, can we try to basically bring normalcy, bring the natural environment over a period of time? No, absolutely not. So that is the reason it is essential for us to basically have a healthier relationship with the people. Otherwise, the damage will be damage will have a deepening effect. So with that particular context, let us try to enter into the concept called as personality. There are few important theories that I would like to share. Now, the big question is, what is the image that you are actually seeing in front of you? And once you name that particular image, I request everybody to give some of your opinions about that particular image or perceptions about the image. Can anybody try?
Freedom fighters are there, sir, and somebody have contributed.
Oh, no, no. Have you not got the second slide?
No, sir. It says
No,
personality
sir.
theories and assessment.
Title
No, sir.
Because I went to the second slide, but you are not able to see the. Okay.
Now it's okay, sir.
Now it's okay.
Yeah.
Now can you see
Second
the second
slide.
slide? Yeah.
Yeah.
Now can you see?
He's looking like a Greek philosopher, some Greek philosopher.
Now can anybody
A
see?
sculpture.
Yep.
A sculpture.
A sculpture. Very good. So one person said he attributed the image to
Socrates.
a civilization.
Yes, I think
Another person,
Socrates.
yes, Socrates. Another person named him. Yes.
Socrates.
What do you take out of him? Please don't be influenced by the knowledge that you have gained. But if at all you look at the person, can you please come out with some important opinions about the perceptions that you have in your mind, the raw perceptions that you have in your mind?
He is an old man. With
Exactly.
Not well groomed.
Exactly. Now you are
Poor.
coming to the point.
Poor. Looks poor.
Exactly. Good. Please come out like that. See, I do not have great communication skills, but I'm trying to put my thought process in such a way that you understand. My request to all of you is, when I'm trying to show you some images, my request to you is, don't go by your knowledge, but you be in the present situation to understand who the person is all about.
Normal old man, sir.
Yeah, the reason why I'm trying to say this point is because, my dear participants, we are carried away by the knowledge that we have acquired, and then we are trying to take some decisions, or we are trying to perceive things according to our own ways. This is all because of the knowledge that we have gained. But unfortunately, when I use the word knowledge, I'm saying knowledge in terms of each and every person's ability to perceive the inputs, process the inputs according to his or her whims and fantasies, and come out with some kind of perceptual outputs, which means that the knowledge that we have acquired over a period of time need not be the right knowledge that we have acquired, but yet we are actually continuing our journey with that particular knowledge and taking some decisions. So that is the reason in learning, we have something called as learning. The cycle of learning is learning, unlearning, and third one is relearning. Learning, unlearning, and relearning, which means that whatever we have acquired over a period of time might not be applicable at this point of time. So we have to unlearn whatever we have acquired earlier. Once we unlearn, then only we can learn. It is like, if at all we have a glass full of water, we cannot use that particular glass full of water for any other purpose unless otherwise we empty it. Once we empty it, we can basically put some sand inside it, or we can put some flowers inside it, or we can put some water inside it. So there are three ways of actually using the particular glass when it is empty. But when it is full, we can use it only for one purpose. In that way, my request to all of you is, whenever we are actually trying to understand psychology or personality theories or anything that is related to psychological interventions, please don't try to bring the knowledge that you have acquired, but try to basically see the things as they are and not as you like. So rightly, you have started rightly, somebody has started expressing the features of this individual personality, that he is old, he has, what is this called as, a different kind of beard set. Yes. Next.
Bad grooming.
Bad grooming, perfect.
So lower jaw, it's looking like something. It's different, sir.
Exactly. Good.
He looks
Whatever
blind.
you say is correct. Yeah, he might be a blind person. Yes. The blurred vision that we can see.
Not having any family.
Oh, good. You are going a little much deeper. Is it because of the knowledge that you gained, or is it because of how you perceive it?
He is different from others.
Is different from others. Who are the others people, ma'am? Oh. Can we see anybody else in this
Like,
image?
sir, he's looking like Rabindranath Tagore.
Yeah, now you have a knowledge of Rabindranath Tagore and you are comparing this person with Rabindranath Tagore. So you have to minus your knowledge now.
He's looking like a wandering ascetic without dress.
Good. Okay, good. It's a wandering ascetic.
Without dress.
Yeah, great. So now this gentleman is called as Socrates, as some of you have rightly said with your knowledge. That is true. But you have to underline, whatever you said about him. All the features that you have expressed about him are very, very important, because these are the ways we are actually looking at people around us. The physical features that we see every time when we are actually moving with people or communicating with people, these are the things we generally look at the person and then try to take some information. And once we take some information, process the information, then basing on the knowledge that we have received from the information, we are going to speak as per the knowledge that we have received. So which means that, immediately what is actually registering in our minds about the other person is the physical features. Agreed?
Agreed, sir.
Now this gentleman, can I call him as gentleman? Yeah. Who is this person?
Yes, sir.
Who is this person?
Second slide, third slide not yet opened, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he's Dawood.
Dawood
Ibrahim. Dawood Ibrahim.
Now, once
But if you don't know who he is, then he is a rich man or a gentleman.
Who is the ma'am who said like this? Who is actually talking like this?
My name is Rajeshwari.
Rajeshwari ma'am, thank you so much. You're very quick. You are a very quick learner.
Underworld Don, not a gentleman, sir.
No, that's because you know it. If you don't know it, then he's a gentleman only, no?
No, in the second slide, no, in the
right, ma'am.
No, in the second slide that I have actually shown to you, I express my point that, please don't go with your knowledge. My request to you is please try to see the person as he is and then try to bring out what you perceive about him. But when we enter into the third slide, you immediately said Dawood. So where did the learning go?
Yes, sir. Yeah, true.
Now you tell me in what way we are reacting to people or responding to people. So after this class, after the psychology class, Ravikant sir will basically fight with his Mrs. Ravikant. And Mrs. Ravikant will say, till now you have done a lot of overaction in front of your students. Now you are overreacting with me. So at a split second of change in the slide, why is it we are immediately back to our normalcy? Now this is a point, I'm not asking you, but please think about it. It is also applicable to the speaker. So here is a person with whom we can identify this person to be rich and famous or glamorous, with wonderful, probably if I can label the glass as Ray-Ban glasses, let us take an example. He's looking in a celebrity status manner, handsome, well-groomed, excellent, well-groomed and all that. So probably
as I don't know this person, sir. When I was looking into the picture, my first thought was he was rich and well-groomed.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Good.
Lot of money.
Since she doesn't know about him, sir, she's telling like that because we know already about him. So immediately we say his name.
Wonderful. So for these two statements,
if I tell something here, he's good groomed, he's looking like a hero, means again I am conditional because of your words.
Yeah, you're right. That is the reason.
What I'm immediate is me. What I'm immediate is me.
Yeah. So which
what
means
my thought process immediately went that thing we told. So that
exactly.
if I tell something else, we just followed your lecture what it is.
No.
If I say he's good groomed like that.
No. So that is the reason my question to all the members over here is, what do you perceive in the person from the person?
Yeah,
so
okay.
When I am actually looking at the person, I am actually feeling the same way as some of you have felt. He's neatly groomed with wonderful glasses, handsome looking, rich and famous. This is my point of view, my personal vision of the way I'm actually looking at the person. I'm not trying to condition because I'm allowing each and every person to express his or her perception about the personality.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I'm not saying that everybody, please understand that he's a celebrity. Everybody, he's handsome. Everybody, he's gorgeous. Everybody, he's rich. No. If I'm saying in that particular sense, probably you are conditioned.
Yes, sir.
We are trying to actually perceive the image with us and trying to reflect our opinions.
Yes.
So there are two opinions right now. One is the person who did not have the knowledge of this particular personality, and the person who has knowledge about the personality. So in these two cases, now I'm asking the participants, can we take some, by having knowledge and without having knowledge also, is there any chance of actually going wrong with this personality?
Sir, I think personality in the sense it must not only mean the physical side, like
So
how
that is the
they
knowledge. Yes, that is the
appear.
knowledge that you have gained. So for example, if at all a person is looking attractive to me, in the sense that, I perceive the person to be attractive, in what way my behavior is going to be with that particular person whom I have perceived as attractive. So will my decisions or behaviors be biased because of the perception that I have made, or will I try to be more cautious, careful, because I did not have other cues about him?
So according to me, most of the people they tend to be good and they tend to be nice to people who are physically attractive, who are physically good. And if they are trying to be cautious, it might be due to their past experiences. But most of the people they tend to behave in a good way to people who look good.
So this statement that was delivered by Madam X, now is it debatable by anybody?
No, sir, I agree with that.
The people who are looking attractive are very good, and if somebody is perceiving wrongly, it is because of his or her own experiences.
No.
Yes, sir, I think it is debatable.
Yes, sir, I am
No,
Ravikant, sir. No,
Yes, ma'am.
maybe due to because of my luggage in my mind, what I used to carry, just by seeing the personality, it's not at all possible for me to feel good, to talk very good, politely with that person, definitely.
Sir, you can't predict
I
by
need
one or
some
two or
time so
three
that
gestures.
I can analyze. If it is okay, then only I can.
You can't predict your personality for one gesture or two gesture or three gesture. You can't say that.
Okay.
Sir,
Qualities.
it is better to keep an open mind being a psychologist when
Exactly,
you're
that's the
counseling,
point.
because
That's the point.
you tend to gain a different knowledge about a person you are counseling, and you tend to gain a knowledge about why he did what he did.
Absolutely right.
Exactly. You're
This
coming to the
happens
point,
even-
ma'am. Yes.
This
So
might
which means
happen
that
even if we know the person also.
exactly, that is also true. Even
Because
though
we
we know
have
the
a
person
certain
also, yes,
perception.
let us
Yeah.
be try to be open-minded. Simple, very simple.
Even if we know
Not
the
necessary
person,
you
we
have to
have a
best,
biased
yes.
opinion. So while we are saying something, we have already knowledge of that person. So whatever advice we give, we tend to be in that zone only.
Exactly.
But we can't be like
So which
lawyers, I say, because even though you know the person has committed a crime and still you fight for the guy, it's not like that. So
Yeah.
we tend to keep those assumptions and knowledge aside and counsel to know the other side of this person.
Good. So the discussion is going on in a filtered manner. I'm very happy. So at a time when we had a perception that he's Dawood, and basing on the reputation that he has, from trying to be neutral, even though we know about him, let us try to be neutral and then try to go according to what it is rather than what I think. Okay, let us try to be open-minded and then basically follow the right path or the better path. Are you able to understand? You're trying to
Yes,
get
sir.
what I'm trying to say? Okay.
Yeah.
So
Yes,
which
sir.
means that a person who is ugly, we may not be able to come to any conclusion just like that. A person who is very much handsome, still we need not come to any kind of conclusion, because when we are talking about personality, we have laid a perfect foundation that looks doesn't matter. You're able to understand? So with
Yeah.
that particular understanding, let us enter into the theory of this particular personality aspects. So generally in the IGNOU textbook that you all were issued, there is a sentence which says that the term personality is often understood in terms of social attractiveness. The people who are very good looking or handsome, they are actually termed as personality. If that is the case, my dear members, if this statement is true, then psychologists consider any attempt to define personality in terms of social attractiveness as inadequate because of two reasons. Now, what is that one reason which is inadequate? The first reason is it limits the number and types of behaviors considered important and worthy for incorporation into the study of personality. What does it mean? I will try to give the gist of what it is. Whenever we are trying to basically see or come to any conclusion about the other person because of his social attractiveness, probably we are ignoring some types of behaviors which are important and worthy. Which means that if at all we are looking only at the physical features of the personality, we are discounting some important behaviors which are important and worthy. That means we are only seeing the physical features, but we are not focusing on some of the important and worthy behaviors that are coming out from the person. So because some of you have understood the fact that we should not only see the physical features of the personality, but we should also understand his behaviors. So that is what psychologists also say. Psychologists says that, if you are only looking at physical features, probably you are ignoring some important and worthy incorporation behaviors, which you are ignoring it. Such a notion implies that some people who have unique abilities, temperament and traits are devoid of having a personality. If that particular statement is true, that only physical personality is very, very important, then what about those people in the society who have unique abilities, temperament and wonderful traits? So can we say that they do not belong to personality section as such, category as such? No. So that is the reason. Let us try to find out what it means. What is that we are trying to ignore? When we talk about Socrates, I just brief about Socrates as given in some historical books or literature. The way we are actually trying to come out with some perceptions about Socrates, at that point of time also there were a lot of people who talked about Socrates in a different manner. So they said that Socrates was notoriously ugly, having a flat turned up nose, bulging eyes and a large belly. His friends joked about his appearance. I'm talking about this particular personality over a period of, during his times. And the official charges on him, you pretty well know Socrates was actually, what is this called, as he was given capital punishment to because of the charges that were levied on him. What are the charges that were levied on him? The first one is corrupting the youth. Second one is worshipping false gods. And third one is not worshipping the state religion. So what is the poison that was actually given to Socrates? So it is called as hemlock, which is not at all required for us to understand in the subject of psychology. But for our understanding, he was actually given poison because of the charges that were levied on him. Now, Socrates was indifferent to material pleasures, including his own appearance and personal comfort. He neglected personal hygiene, bathed rarely, walked barefoot, and owned only one ragged coat. Now, this paragraph is very, very critical for us to go back to what psychologists have said. Psychologists have said that there are few important and worthy behaviors that you are supposed to consider when we are understanding about a personality. Probably when we are looking at the physical features of the personality, we might be missing some important and worthy behaviors. So now can you say that is this a worthy behavior? He is indifferent to material pleasures, including his own appearance and personal comfort. He neglected personal hygiene, bathed rarely, walked barefoot, and owned only one ragged coat. Can we try to come out with some kind of opinions by looking at his behaviors also? You're understanding, madam, sirs, whatever I'm saying?
Pardon, sir? May I know what is the question?
The question is, in the earlier slide, psychologists have said that when we look only at the physical features of personality, we might be missing some important and worthy behaviors to study. That is what they have said. There might be some unique abilities in some individuals that might also be discounted because we are looking only at the physical features of the personality. If that is the case, some of the behaviors that Socrates has are: he neglected personal hygiene, he bathed rarely, walked barefoot, and owned only one ragged coat. So these are certain behaviors that we see outside his personal appearance. So can we basically come to some conclusions basing on the behaviors that we also see?
రావచ్చు సార్. అంటే కొంతవరకు మనం అబ్జర్వ్ చేయగలం సార్. అలా బాత్ చేయకపోవడం, లేకపోతే బేర్ ఫుట్ తో వాక్ చేయడం, లేకపోతే ఒక ర్యాగుడు కొట్టేసుకోవడం, ఇట్లాంటివి అతని మైండ్ స్టేట్ గురించి కొంతవరకు తెలుసుకోవచ్చు సార్.
Exactly. So which means that even though psychologists have said that there are some behaviors which are very important to study, some of the outward behaviors that we generally see make us to basically take some decisions or take us some opinions too. So which means whether the psychologists are right or wrong, the psychologists are right here because I mentioned over here, you see, important and worthy behaviors. Is this important and worthy? Whether he is actually taking care of his personal hygiene, whether he has bathed twice a day or not, whether he is walking with chappals or not, whether he has many coats or not. This is all not important for us. What is important is in what way his thought process is reflecting his opinions, in what way his opinions are actually influencing people around him. This is more important. And that is why, even though the king of Athens or the administration of Athens felt that this person is actually corrupting the youth, worshipping false gods and not worshipping the state religion. So these are his thought process for which he was actually given Hamlock. You're able to understand now?
Yes, sir.
Are you trying to understand something over here?
Yes, sir.
Or if you're not understanding, please ask me a question.
These kind of behaviors, we shouldn't judge, or these do affect the people surrounding them. So should we consider these, or shouldn't we consider these?
Yeah. So here we are only trying to see in what way people are influenced by what. We are not coming to any conclusion here. But we are trying to understand how people are actually reacting to what. Some are actually reacting to the physical features. Some are actually reacting to his personal hygiene. Some are actually reacting to his ideas.
His ideas and behavior.
Yes.
And then behavior.
Physical appearance, people are actually reacting to, and they are actually coming out with some opinions. Some people are actually looking at his ideas and they are actually taking some decisions. Some people are looking at his behaviors and they are taking some decisions.
Actions.
Yes, actions.
So should we should consider only his positive effects of his behavior and not these hygiene things?
Yeah, now you have to say it. I'm not actually saying that you are supposed to consider the positive things, because what is positive to me might be negative to you. Let us take an example. During that particular time, Socrates, he was actually saying the fact that whomever you are actually praying is not a god at all. So the state is worshipping a false god, and whereas the entire city of Athens is saying that whom we are worshipping is a true god, and you are saying it is a false god. So for whom it is positive, for whom it is negative. So this gentleman Socrates died in the year 399 BC, and now it is 2021. So 2021 means it is almost 2400 years from his death. So now by hindsight bias, we are trying to understand the greatness of Socrates, and we are coming to a conclusion that we are supposed to look at the positive areas of Socrates and then we have to take a decision. Whereas the people at that particular point of time, they saw what Socrates is actually doing to them. So what Socrates is doing to them is perceived negatively by the state. So that is the reason he was actually given what is this called as a punishment, capital punishment. Now, if you are asking me a question whether we are supposed to take the positive aspects or negative aspects, when we are actually interacting with people, then I'm trying to say, okay, fine. What is positive to me, what is positive to you is different. It can be different. But we have to see the things as they are. Try to be neutral. Let us not try to take the sides. If we try to take the sides, probably we will be influenced by taking the sides, and we might end up with a wrong decision. So that is the reason we have to be neutral with whatever people say, speak, and understand. And
So
then
we
try to
shouldn't judge
basically take a
people.
decision. Yeah, that's the point.
Okay, sir.
So now, when I say judging people, we have to be very, very careful. The reason is, can we judge our family? Is it not that we are not supposed to judge our family members? When we are working in a professional environment, okay, so let us not judge people. But when we are actually working with our family members, do you think that judgments are wrong?
No, like we usually do that with family members. So we
Yeah.
apply it.
So with
Yeah.
our family members, we tend to be very, very informal. We tend to be very, very personal to them. So yes, there is a chance that we might overlap some of our opinions with whatever they say. But when it comes to our working in the organization, we are actually working from in the prime time from morning 9 a.m. to evening 6 or 7 p.m. So this particular time is influencing our personal life also. So if we try to judge people, then in what way it is trying to impact our happiness? The goal is, as long as there is a homeostasis in our mind, that means the balance, okay, the harmony between heart and mind, so long we can be happy with the things that are happening around us. So if you are trying to judge people and if you are in harmony with what is happening inside you, so long your judgment might be right for you. But if there is any kind of discrepancy between what you are thinking and what you are feeling in the organization, probably there are some areas or gray shades in your judgment which is actually trying to create a dissonance and which will also affect or impact your personal life. So that is the reason, let us try to see where these judgments are very, very essential or crucial. There, let us try to be very, very rational in our judgment rather than trying to basically take sides. You're able to understand? You're trying to understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now Socrates disliked democracy. Socrates disliked democracy. When we talk about democracy, we say that for the people, by the people, to the people, and all that words. Ante janal kosam janal, something we say in Telugu also. Okay. Now who should be governing us? We say that because in democracy, people are ruling people. It is called as democracy. Is it happening like that? Are people ruling themselves? No, people are not ruling themselves. Now, who is actually ruling then? That means we are actually nominating one person, voting for one person, and then he is actually ruling us. Now, who is actually voting for that particular person? All the people in the society are actually voting for that particular person. Example. Now, who are all these people? Now, let us take an example. All these people can be divided into two categories. One is educated, second one is not educated. Okay, now uneducated people, when I'm using educated, please understand that purely in academic sense, intellectual sense, not in social sense or cultural sense, something like that. No, I'm talking from the point of view of intellectual sense. So the society is divided into intellectual people, not so intellectual people. Now, if a person has to basically govern one particular state or a country, then who will have a better idea of governance, how it has to be governed, and what are the means and ways that governance can best possible happen? So can the intellectual people have that knowledge or not so intellectual people have the knowledge?
Intellectual people's knowledge, sir.
Yeah.
Intellectual people.
Exactly. Let us take an example. If at all we want to buy a TV, so will my son have a better knowledge than me, or will I have a better knowledge to buy what type of TV needs to be purchased?
You understand.
Exactly. So all of us, as a matter of fact, all of us, all the parents or the elderly people in the family will have a better knowledge of what kind of TV has to be brought. When we know that we are supposed to buy a right TV in our home, and for that we do lot of reviews. In the same way, don't you think that whomever we are supposed to act as accept as a leader should also basically have necessary competence in order to rule us? Yes. And who has that sufficient knowledge? We all have. We all means all the intellectually driven people have it. Now, why is that in this particular democracy, all the not so intellectual people are also allowed for what is this called as voting? See, I'm not actually giving you any kind of questions. It is only the way I'm looking at the things.
Okay. Isn't that
because they also
judging,
have the
sir?
right, sir.
Yes.
They also have the right to vote.
Yes, they have a right to vote. For example, a farmer, F-A-R-M-E-R, farmer, or a cobbler, C-O-B-B-L-E-R, cobbler, or a lorry driver or a lorry cleaner. Okay, can he understand what are the best ways of managing the state, managing the district? Okay, now there are
Might
two
be.
things. There are two
No,
things.
no.
All the less intellectually driven people have the right to say that there should be a good leader to rule all of us.
No, they can't judge, sir. They can't say.
No,
Because they don't have
They
the.
can.
no, everybody can aspire for this.
Yeah.
Everybody can aspire to think that anybody who becomes a ruler for us or a leader for us, they have to basically rule in a harmonious manner, in a healthy manner. This is
Yes,
what
sir.
anybody can aspire. Instead of intellectual competencies, anybody can aspire for it. In order to aspire this, you need not be a PhD in psychology, right?
Yes, sir.
But now, who will have sufficient knowledge in order to understand how that is possible in practical means, in ways? So, which means to say that, in some, what Socrates is actually trying to ideate is, in fact, in his own life experience, when he has realized that what is right and what is wrong for his particular country is wrongly observed by the people of the country, the people of the country came together in order to say he is wrong and is given poison. So now, who are these people of the country? The people of the country are influenced by very limited number of people, and the limited number of people have actually taken everybody's confidence and then kept Socrates in prison and given him hemlock. So can we say that whatever has happened during 300 BC is same what is happening right now, that a group of people have influenced more number of people and they are actually trying to rule us. So in that way, whether democracy is right or democracy is wrong, can we basically allow everybody to participate in the election process irrespective of his competence, abilities, and then say that we are a democratic country?
But still, we can't allow monarchy, no, sir. So I think democracy is a better option that we have in our hand.
Ideally, democracy is very, very important. But as a matter of fact, if at all we look at the concept of what Socrates was actually trying to say, there are chances that all the people who are not intellectually driven or wisdom driven, there are chances that these people are more in number. So this more in number can basically try to hack the common man, and then it might lead to some kind of disaster. There are chances.
Sure,
like
sir.
that.
Yeah. That's even true. Even now, yeah.
Yes. In that sense, when we talk about democracy, we are supposed to see democracy in the way it is. It has to be, not in the way it is right now.
Okay.
You are able to understand? So that is how we are supposed to try to understand the concept of Socrates. Okay. So by the end of his life, what did he say? He said, "All I know is that I know
nothing.
I know nothing." Now, if he says that I know nothing, there is a dichotomy over here. Now, the dichotomy over here is, how is Socrates able to recognize the fact that he doesn't know nothing? Please try to understand in a more detailed manner. ఇప్పుడు నేను ఒక విషయం చెప్తాను. నేను ఐ థింక్ తెలుగు ఇట్స్ ఓకే ఫర్ ఫ్యూ ఇన్ ఆర్డర్ టు మేక్ ద మెసేజ్ మోర్ క్లియర్.
Sorry, sir. This is Anudev here, and I don't understand Telugu. But
Wonderful.
again, it's a
Fine.
request.
No
It's a
problem.
request.
No, let me try to put my words in a proper manner.
Sure,
When
sir.
Socrates said that I know nothing, how did he come to the conclusion that I know nothing? For example, I say that I know smart TV, LG smart TV. Okay, I know Toshiba laptop. I know about Agra. I know about my family members. There are physical things which we know, we can measure it. Okay. Now he said like this, I know. He said, I know means I know. That I know, again, he's trying to re-emphasize. And finally, he said nothing. So how much clarity he has that he knows nothing? Or can we try to come to an understanding or question Socrates that how do you know that you know nothing? Let us take an example between you and me in our daily lives. If somebody is actually pestering me during our earlier days or earlier times, if they are actually insulting us, finally we will come to a conclusion that, okay, fine, I don't know anything. As you rightly said, I know nothing. So with frustration, we can say that I know nothing, or I know nothing. I don't know anything. We can say like that in our frustrations. But when this gentleman over a period of time said, I know that I know nothing, what does it indicate? It may
Yeah,
leave
actually we
volumes
discussed in
of...
last class, sir, nothing, no thing. So the lot of thing inside.
Okay.
Okay, we discussed it actually.
He knows that there is still beyond what his knowledge is, still there to be understood.
Exactly.
That's why he said, I know that I know nothing.
I know
In a
nothing.
positive note.
Yeah,
Yeah,
in a positive note.
yes, sir. So to some extent, we may be knowing the outer part of the thing, but we may be like deprived from knowing the core part of something. It may be a person or a thing.
Yes. So there are chances that he has tried to understand what is this nothingness, what is this everythingness, and what is this nothingness. Probably he has identified it, understood it with a deep contemplation over a period of time. He has understood it, which a common man is able to understand, or which the king of Athens is unable to recognize the fact that he has a lot of wisdom. Got the point? Okay, now let us go to the third text that is over here. Socrates also believed that bad behavior was the result of ignorance, and those who made mistakes did so because they knew no better. Can somebody try to bring the gist of it? This was actually written almost 2,400 years back. Now, can you please try to bring out the gist of it? What Socrates has said?
For instance, people who punished him, they did not understand, or they did not even have, he thought, that knowledge about what he's talking. And yet they punished him because some way they thought that Socrates is going against them and their religion.
Okay. Fine. If it is a general statement for all of us, what is that we can understand from this? And in what way it can be reflected to a personality theory?
Sir, according to me, it will be like I look at the thing in my own perception, what I believe, what is my understanding about the concept, and based on that, I just give off the view.
Okay.
And that could be the reason that I may ignorant to someone's viewpoint, what others are trying to say. So because I have made us thing in my mind that yeah, this is what the way I think is correct, and the way I take up the issue or matter is the right way.
Fine.
So I might be ignorant to someone else.
Okay. So with that, I will take you to basically the concept of allegory of the cave in Republic in order to understand the third sentence. Okay, can you see the slide now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it is called as Allegory of the Cave in Republic. Republic is a wonderful book that is written by, can anybody answer? Republic is a wonderful book that is written by Plato.
Plato, sir. Plato.
Yeah, wonderful. Now, who is a disciple of Socrates? Who is a disciple of Socrates?
Plato, sir.
Wonderful. So Plato is a disciple of Socrates. During Socrates' times, understand, my dear participants, Socrates spoke a lot with many people about his ideas or ideologies, but he never tried to document anything about what he has spoken. So whatever ideas we are trying to understand about Socrates is only known through his disciple called as Plato. Which
Yes, sir.
means
Even
that
Socrates told he hated writing. He
exactly.
told writing will limit no ideas or thought
Yeah,
process.
the reason is very simple. Let us take an example. If I'm speaking to you personally, the kind of impact that I have created to you is different from I write something about to motivate you, and then you read that, and then you say that okay, fine, this is some level of motivation. But when I speak to you in person, it gives a different standard altogether. Probably,
Yes, sir.
I can touch your soul. So the two souls can speak with each other when we are actually live with each other, talk to each
Yes,
other
sir.
in person. The souls can basically interact with each other. But when there is a text message, the words will generally become incompatible, incompetent in order to touch that particular wisdom. That is where in Upanishads, in our Upanishads, great Upanishads, there is one particular sentence which I remember. I do not know whether I remember it correctly or not. In one of the Upanishads, it says that the senses cannot basically reach. The senses cannot reach. The intellect cannot go. So they will go to one particular extent and they will come back empty-handed. Which means that with our sensory organs, probably we may not be able to understand the truth. With our intellect, ego-based intellect, we may not be able to understand the wisdom or truth. So to understand the wisdom or truth, we are supposed to go beyond the senses. So if we try to basically inverse the quality of senses or the direction of senses, not from outside to inside, and if we try to make a journey from outside to inside, probably at some point of time, without any noise, without any knowledge, without any thought process, there is a time where we can basically reflect the originality in us. You're able to understand what I'm trying to say? So
Yes,
in
sir.
that way, Socrates, as you rightly said, sir, Socrates might not be interested in written part because the words may become incompetent or impotent in order to give the best of his meaning or ideologies to the common man. So that is the reason Plato tried to basically bring out all his opinions in his book called as Republic, or many other books like dialogues that he had with Socrates. So now the problem with Plato is the only person who started. No, there are many more, 3 to 4 people are there. But Plato is actually recognized in order to bring out the ideas of Socrates. But the problem is when Socrates has given out the ideas of, when Plato has given the ideas of Socrates in his book, now we do not know whether the ideas are Socrates or the ideas are of Plato. There are chances that Plato would have actually written certain points in order to make those points visible, acknowledged, by saying that, these are the words of Socrates. There are chances. So that is the reason we have to be very careful about whenever we are actually trying to read the books. Let us take an example. There is one madam over here in this particular group. She is from Defense Services Major. Thank you, ma'am. You're also present in this particular session. In armed forces, there is a test called as SSB, Service Selection Board. Service Selection Board. In Service Selection Board, there are 5 days of selections. 5 days of selections happens for Indian Armed Force aspirants, day 1 to day 5. In day 1, they are going to check for what is this called as intelligence quotient of the student, PIQs and all that. From second day onwards, there will be psychological tests as well as group task activities also. Okay. Now, the psychological test, in order to basically pass this particular SSB selections, there are a lot of coaching centers that are there in the market. Now, the problem is the students who wants to aspire for Service Selection Board or Indian Armed Force selections, they generally join these particular coaching centers, learn the psychological aspects, and then enter into this Service Selection Board interview process. They get failed over there. Because in Service Selection Board, they generally understand what is original of a person, what has been taught to the person. This is very important. So that is the reason why I'm trying to give this example is whenever you read any textbook, anything that is related to psychology or any other subject, as a matter of fact, my suggestion to you is the author is very, very creative. The author is craftful in order to take your opinions to his influence. So that is the reason when we are reading some textbooks or reference books also, we have to be very, very careful in order to understand what is the author's perspective, rather than in what way he has to be influenced by the author. So that is the reason in Republic, allegory of cave in Republic, Plato has actually come out with an important story. He has come out with an important story. That story is very, very essential for all of us in order to have a deeper understanding of our personalities. But if I have to say, this is the best way to understand the personality of an individual. Okay, so can I explain this topic?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes,
So
sir.
if you look at this center image, you will find many things. I will try to explain. I need to be like a director Ram Gopal Verma in order to narrate or screenplay each and every aspect in order to make you understand the concept. In this particular image, you find there are two layers: a layer at the bottom level and a layer at the above level. At the bottom level, there is a gray shade. In this gray shade, you will find some people, you will find some images, you will find some fire-like substance, and there is another person over here. And above this layer, you find some trees, you'll find some pond, you'll find some animals, a sun, and a person. Okay. Now you have to understand that this is a cave. This is a cave. There is a cave that is actually dug deep inside the layer of the earth. Now, can you see my
Excuse me, sir. This
Yes.
is Anudev.
Yes.
Sir, I can't see the picture. I just want to know whether it is whether I am facing this or everyone is facing this. The image.
Sir, it's visible.
Okay.
You can maximize the
There in the
screen.
slide, but we need to magnify it.
Sir, can you please
Max-
zoom it
yeah.
out, sir?
Can you zoom it, sir? Yeah, that'd be better.
I think I have zoomed it, ma'am. Can you?
Yeah,
Yes, sir, it's clear, sir.
Make it center. Make it center, sir. Vertically need to.
Okay.
Went other slide. Yes. Little bit down.
Is it okay?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is visible, sir.
Yeah. So please try to focus, because I may not be able to do this. So that is the reason. Please, I request everybody to follow my point here. Can you see the mouse cursor that I am moving?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Fine. Very good.
Yes, sir.
So please follow my instructions over here. I'm just trying to give a good meaning of what this allegory of the cave in Republic that is written by Plato. See, so there is a cave that is actually digged below the surface of the earth. Okay, now there is a wall over here. You see one person who is actually keeping his arms on his eyes, and then there is a wall behind him. Okay, now there are few people who are actually sitting to the left side of me, by resting their shoulders on the wall. Okay, fine. So what happened is, the people who are actually sitting here, it is actually completely dark. This cave is completely dark. Okay, now the people who are actually sitting here, they do not know what is happening this side, because there is a wall that is actually trying to divide them with this particular side. You're understanding?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Now
sir.
all these people who are actually sitting over here, because they cannot see the other side, they are left to see what is there in front of them. Unfortunately, what is in front of them is only darkness. There is nothing. There is darkness, darkness, and darkness. Okay, now what happened is, at some point of time, there was a light lit here. There is a fire that was actually lit here, and there were few people who are actually walking here and there in order to do some activity. the people who are actually this side and the people who are actually this side are actually what is this called as divided by way of a wall. So these people are not aware of these people, and these people who are actually sitting are not aware of these people. So over a period of time, when the light was lit here, the fire was lit here, and when these people are carrying some gadgets along with them, because of the reflection of the fire on these gadgets, there is a shadow image that was presented on the cave of the wall of the cave. So suddenly when these people saw that there are some images over here in the darkness, at that point, till that time there was darkness, and when they saw some images running on the walls of the cave, they started getting involved with the images. They started looking at the images, they started getting along with the images because they have nothing to go. There is no place for them to go. Since many number of hours or many number of days they were actually present in this particular darkness, they do not have anything except to see what is being reflected on the cave. So there was a horse, there was a bird, there is something else, they're actually moving here and there. They started basically looking at the image, and they were conditioned by these particular images. They started taking some opinions about these images. All of a sudden, what happened is, there was one person who got up from this particular place, stood at this particular place, and thought, let me try to move to the other side. Somehow, he or she got that opinion to go out. So when he or she started moving towards this side, he or she thought that, what is this fire all about? Till that time, there was complete darkness. All of a sudden, when this person saw the light over here, he or she could not bear the sight of the light. So he or she closed his or her eyes. When he or she has closed his or her eyes, there is nothing to be seen. Over a period of time, when everything tend to be normal, he or she has opened her eyes and started walking towards the fire. When she walked towards the fire, climbed this particular small hill or cave, she can feel or he can feel that there is a way to go outside. So this person started walking towards the start of the cave or entry of the cave. And when he entered outside the cave, he stood standing over here with complete brightness. With complete brightness. Now, by looking at the bright side of the life here, he is unable to see anything because of severe light that is actually reflected outside. So over a period of time, he started seeing appearances. There is an appearance of a tree like this. There is an appearance of an animal. There is an appearance of water. There is an appearance of greenery. And over a period of time, because of the light of the sun, he started seeing the reflections. He started seeing the images in a concrete manner. And he came to an understanding that all this light is only possible because of this particular sun. He called this as good, G-O-O-D, good. Because of this good factor, he is able to see the light. You're able to understand, everybody? You're trying to follow what I'm trying to say?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
After some time, what he did was, he felt very happy that he is able to see many things which are in a very, very healthy manner. Because till that time, when he was actually jailed in this particular cave, he could not see anything else except the images. But when he came out, he is able to see all the pleasantries of life. So later point of time, he thought, okay, fine, let me try to speak the same thing about what I have witnessed or experienced or I was exposed to back to my friends. So he came back, entered into the cave, went back to these people. And when he went into this particular cave, all of a sudden, because of heaviness of darkness, when he was exposed to completely with the light, because of the intensity of darkness, he is unable to see anything in the darkness once again. Because he was exposed to the light, all of a sudden. So then he saw, there is nothing he could see on the walls of the cave. Then he cried, he said, I am unable to see anything. But here the people who are actually sitting over here, because they are falling in the darkness, when they are following the images in the darkness, they laughed at him, they ridiculed him, they felt pity about him, saying that you could not see anything, whereas we can see the images or the shadow of the images or something like that. So they ridiculed him also. But when he started speaking that, there is life outside this particular cave, there is light outside this particular cave, they did not recognize. These people felt that he is a mad person. He is a mad person, and he ridiculed him. Probably, if at all he fought for his opinion, probably they would have beaten him or killed him also. There are chances. So such kind of mindset these people are involved into. These people are involved into. So what does this indicate? What does this story indicate?
Earlier, these people were conditioned by someone. When he comes into the light, because of the earlier darkness, just prevented for some time to see the things of what is real outside.
Okay.
After being some time, he able to see, and he comes to know through his experience what is the reality. Earlier, he was conditioned by some people.
Very good. Correct. Conditioned. You use the right word called as conditioned. Fine, sir. I'm accepting. So in what way this is reflecting to our personal lives or everyday life?
So it happens by every day in our lives by some elders and the law and the government.
Confined to some particular opinions.
Correct. Confined to some particular opinions. So in fact, madam, I can say you have discovered it. All of you have discovered it. We are confined. So which means whatever we have thought till now, probably there is something else to learn. Whatever images we have created, probably with the images with that images we are actually trying to take some decisions. But is there something beyond these images? What is the truth behind these images? So,
sir, evolution.
Yeah, it can also be called as an evolution at a larger scale, but very specifically in an objective manner. In what way it can be reflected to our personal lives? That is what I'm trying to understand.
Mass ignorance.
Yeah, mass ignorance. Correct. So if you look at this particular allegory of the cave, you will find that if this person would try to convince any more to these people would have beaten or would have killed this particular person.
Yes.
Now I will try to relate this to Socrates or Plato. Now, when it comes to the story of Socrates also, Socrates, during his times, he used to walk around the city of Athens. Whenever he used to find young men, he used to interact with them. The reason is he thought that these young people can try to make the civilization in a much better manner. So he used to interact with them. How did he used to interact with them? He used to only ask questions only. He never used to give any kind of answers. The answer giving will always come from the young people who are associated with that particular Socrates. So he always tried to ask a question and the other person used to give an answer. And once again, there was a question that was asked with the answer that was given. And the second answer used to be given, third answer used to be given, fourth perspective, fifth perspective, which means that every time Socrates was actually asking or deliberating on a topic, the young people started questioning their own belief system and they're going back to the roots of what exactly is the truth. So in that way, Socrates is able to influence the young minds in the city of Athens. So he was trying to take them away from the dogmas or away from the rigidity of the religion that was superimposed on the people of Athens, and he started influencing them. And he never tried to say this is right or this is wrong. Socrates never said this is right or this is wrong, but he always said, you try to find out the truth by yourself. So that is the reason nowadays also you will find in organization there is a technique called a Socratic questioning technique. Socratic questioning technique. So if at all we have to come to any kind of questions, what we are supposed to do is we are supposed to ask questions. The more questions we basically ask, the better clarity we will have on question. When we have a clarity about question, half of the problem is resolved. So that is how he started influencing the people of Athens. So if you can see the story of Socrates and if you see the allegory of the cave, do you see any kind of similarities between Socrates' life and the allegory of the cave?
Yes, sir. Ignorance.
Opinions.
No, can you specifically point out, where Socrates is in this particular allegory of the cave?
Socrates was inside and now he has come outside and he's the only one outside. So everybody doesn't understand him because they are operating from the information they have.
Exactly.
He's
There
the
are
only
some
person come
people
out.
following him, ascend to knowledge.
Exactly. Which means what? So after a point of time, when Socrates came out and understood the wisdom or the light of the truth, when he came back and when he's informing others, all the other people thought that he's mad, he's foolish, and he's gone out of his mind. He started trying to impose something on us. So he's wrong. We are right. We are okay. He's not okay. So he should be punished. He should be criticized. He should be given some capital punishment, something like that. So you can see in this allegory of the cave, probably I feel that Plato is trying to reflect the Socrates, theory over there. So, or probably this allegory of the cave is by Socrates only, probably. So, which Plato is trying to impose from his point of view. But the truth is this. The truth is that there are some people who are actually conditioned, as somebody has rightly said, who are actually conditioned, or somebody else has said, confined to certain things. And in the start of the session, there is one lady who said, we are in the box, we are not thinking out of the box. So when we are like that, how can we understand the life in large, the society in general, the truth outside our realm? So this is what we are supposed to acknowledge. Here I'm not trying to say anything or trying to prove anything, but the fact is I'm giving an opportunity for each one of us to think about what needs to be thought about, rather than trying to put you in one particular situation and say that you are supposed to think in these lines. Now, can you see the second slide here? Next slide here.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so
Yes, sir.
if you look at this particular allegory of the cave in Republic, this was written back during 350 BC. So now it is 2021, so probably 2300 or 2400 years back. So 2400 years back, people used to speak about what is truth, what is illusion. Illusion in Sanskrit, we call it as Maya. In Sanskrit, illusion is called as Maya. And during much earlier or much later, when we have what is this called as Advaita, Advaita Vedanta. Advaita and Vedanta means, according to the Hindu religion, there is no second, there is only one. Okay, so Adi Shankara gave out a very good understanding about Advaita Vedanta through a small allegory called as this image. Can you see this image?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes,
So
sir.
now, if you see this image, what do you see in the image?
I feel it's a belt.
Sorry?
It's a belt.
Belt, sir.
Yeah, it is a belt because you are sitting in front of the computer. So there is light around you. So there is the background of that particular object is also white. So you can come to one conclusion that it is called as belt. Okay. Now when you are in dark or when you are in a jungle or when you can't see any light, so there are chances that you will feel that something is moving or something appears to be like a snake. So there are chances. So there are chances. So suddenly what happened for us is that we are illusioned. We thought that because there is darkness, whatever we see as moving or in a kind of different, what is this called as appearance, is what is this called as a snake. Now, these are the words that we can try to attribute to this particular belt. What are those? One is illusion, second one is rope, third one is snake, fourth one is light, dim light and bright light. Now the illusion is Maya. What is that Maya? Maya is, we do not know what is the truth of it. The truth of it is a rope, R-O-P-E, rope, or it can be a belt only. The truth is belt. But above that particular truth, there is something called as Maya or illusion. Now, what is that snake? So, something, what is truth? We have not identified the truth, but we have identified the truth to be something else that is called a snake. Now, what is that snake? See, snake is the appearance. Snake is the falsification of what we are actually looking at the things. Now, what is light? Light is what is called as wisdom or knowledge. Now, the dim light is lesser knowledge or lesser wisdom, or partial knowledge or partial wisdom. Bright light is the knowledge that we have completely about it, with example, with experience, with exposure. So if at all we know, we have to recognize the truth called as rope, we are supposed to go beyond the element of illusion called as snake through light or knowledge or wisdom, not in terms of dim light or partial knowledge, but in terms of the right knowledge or practical understanding of it through what is this called as good guidance. So for that, what happened is we have, how do we know, sir, how do we know the truth? The truth can only be known through self-realization. That is what Ramana Maharshi has said in his famous works called as self-inquiry. So through this self-inquiry, we can basically realize the self in its own true sense. So this Advaita Vedanta is also quite relevant to the personality theories, that whatever unconscious is there is something which we are supposed to recognize and understand the true self of us in order to make some modifications or adaptations for us to basically be acceptable by the society. Or whenever we see somebody, we cannot try to take some decisions immediately, because what is unseen inside is not projected through outside appearances. So over a period of time, by working with him or by trying to understand his ideologies or behaviors or actions, at some point of time we can understand the truth. For that, it will take some time. We cannot immediately come to some conclusions, because people are different and they behave differently in different occasions. Are you able to understand what I'm trying to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, if I have to basically go from this to the theories of personality, from self-realization, I would like to take you all to self-actualization. From self-realization, I would like to take you all to the theory of self-actualization. Can anybody recognize this pyramid, what it is all about?
Abraham Maslow's hierarchy.
Exactly. Why does it matter to us? How many of you have knowledge about this Abraham Maslow's need hierarchy? Everybody has some knowledge?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
A little, sir.
A little about it. Okay, let us see whether we can learn something new from this. After understanding the basics of it, let us learn something new from this. I'm trying to draw everybody towards personality theories now. From now onwards, I'm trying to draw everybody towards this personality theories. So from where did we start? We try to start it from, how we are trying to interpret personalities outside. Are we trying to interpret personalities through physical appearances, or do we need to understand the behaviors as such? If at all we have to understand behaviors in order to understand the personality, what type of behaviors we are supposed to focus on? Should we need to focus on something which is not at all important, or something which are very, very important? Who is trying to understand what is important, what is not important? How are we trying to gauge what is really important, what is not important? So in that way, we are trying to take an example of Socrates, and through understanding through his behaviors, his ideas, we are trying to come to an understanding how we are supposed to judge a personality, or in what way we can understand the theory of personality. Got it, everybody? So from self-realization, let us try to enter into self-actualization. What is the time, Madam Sirs?
Yes, sir.
What is the time?
It's going to be 11, sir. Another 3 minutes.
Sir, can we take the break, sir? After that, we can continue, please.
Sure. Shall we take the break right now?
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Yeah. So
Yes,
what
sir.
time shall we be back?
11:15, sir.
Yeah, done. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
If all are okay with that, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, you are helping me because I'm only the person who is speaking.
Okay.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Yeah,
sir. Status. Friendship.
Somebody raised a hand. Samya Nabi. Good morning, ma'am. How are you?
I'm doing good so much. So I'm receiving my study material yet, and I can't trace my the study material.
Ma'am, I deeply apologize because I'm not at all concerned with any kind of material.
Don't understand, but from where we can study?
Yeah, admission section will take care of it, ma'am.
Okay.
Please ask your queries relating to material, fees, and other things that are technical in nature. Please speak with the admission section.
The classes would be on Saturdays and Sundays.
Yes, I think you have received the timetable as well as the dates also. So please check the timings and the dates. So that,
And what about for assignments, sir? We need to submit it in the month of March.
ma'am, I think that also will be answered by admission section because I'm only related to teaching the subject and nowhere related to understanding what is happening with your assignments or examinations or fees or something like that. And I request that there are a lot of members in this particular group. They have a group also. You can join the WhatsApp group so that all your questions can be answered. Yes. Any other questions related to subject?
Sir, good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Extremely sorry, sir. I missed my last two classes. I thought two classes are over, I believe, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, so I just want to know, sir, what are the topics has been covered?
Ma'am, I am responsible to deal with two subjects. One is lifespan psychology. Second one is personality.
Okay, sir.
So, last Saturday I spoke about lifespan psychology, and this week I am dealing with personality, ma'am. So, and you have to find out the viability of getting recorded sessions from admissions section of RC Vijayawada. If by chance you have missed, you can find it out from RC Regional Center Vijayawada about getting the recorded videos.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah.
And second day, cognitive psychology has covered, ma'am.
Up to now, lifespan psychology and cognitive psychology topics were completed.
Durga Vimla madam has covered cognitive psychology.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you, Sujna ma'am, for the update. Thank you, Deepika ma'am.
Sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Pardon, sir?
Please tell me, ma'am. No, I'm thanking you, ma'am. I'm thanking you for the information that you have shared.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Members don't think wrong because these sessions are only an orientation sessions. This is just right. We are just trying to give you a brief idea about what the subject is all about. Earlier, before the new normal, we used to travel to Vijayawada and then took sessions. So now, because of this new normal, we are actually taking online sessions. So, nevertheless, if at all you have any doubt with respect to any topic in personality theories or lifespan psychology, I always invite your questions or doubts in the WhatsApp group that was created by some person in the group. So you need not worry about preparation. All what is required is you go through the topic or subject, and wherever you have doubts, you can share it in the WhatsApp group so that some of the group members can answer it, or if it is not possible, I can give some kind of explanation for it. And if need be, if group of students need clarity about one topic which most of you are not able to understand, we can have an individual session through Zoom meeting, and then I can clarify that particular point. So I will be doing it on a normal basis, in the sense that there are no tags attached. I'll be doing it informally in order to clarify our doubt. Second thing is, I have passion towards teaching the psychology subject. That is the reason I'll be doing it. So thanks to IGNOU, they have given me a platform to interact with all of you.
Sir, how can we get the details of the WhatsApp group, sir?
Yes, sir. Even I want to know about that WhatsApp group, sir. How to join, sir?
Now the admin has to answer this. Anybody is listening?
We'll add that link here in the chat box. You can join from there.
Yeah, Shyam, thank
you.
Yeah, Mr. Kapil, can you add that?
Yeah. I am sending the
Sir,
link.
when I'm using my...
Wait a second, I
Sir,
am
I'm
sending
using
it.
my...
Yes.
Sorry, sir. Sir, actually, I'm using a
Madam,
PC.
please listen. It will be a link. If you click, automatically it will be joined.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I'm using my PC. How to do that then?
Ma'am, just WhatsApp. You have to WhatsApp web browser. You have to open and then click at that link. Yeah, copy that link.
Okay. Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Wait a minute, ma'am. I am sending the link.
Sure, sir.
Yeah, it is in the chat box. Please check.
Thank you, Shyam Sundar sir. Thank you, Anand.
I had sent link.
Yeah. You please go through that link, madam. Just click it. Have you seen,
Yes,
madam?
sir. Yes.
Yeah, click it. You'll be redirected to the group.
You got it, ma'am?
Yes, sir. I have seen, sir. I'll just connect through the WhatsApp web, sir.
Okay. Sure, ma'am. Not at all problem. No problem.
Anybody has any doubts on psychology, its career, something like that? Please let me know. If I can answer it.
సార్ ఇప్పుడు ఇంటెలిజెన్స్ అంటే ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ నేను చూసే ప్రపంచాన్ని కొన్ని ఆబ్జెక్ట్స్ ఉన్నాయని డిఫైన్ చేసుకుని ఆబ్జెక్ట్స్ మధ్య కంపారిజన్స్ లేదా సిమిలారిటీస్ చేయటం, నా విల్కి అకార్డింగ్ గా కంపారిజన్స్ కానీ సిమిలారిటీస్ కానీ చేసి నేను ఒక సాటిస్ఫాక్షన్ కానీ ఒక ఏదైనా అవుట్పుట్ నేను ఎంపీరికల్ ఫామ్ పొందడం ఇంటెలిజెన్స్ అవుతుందా సార్?
When we are talking about intelligence,
అవును సార్,
మన ఇంటెలిజెన్స్ గురించి మనం మాట్లాడుతున్నప్పుడు what is that intelligence that psychology is actually talking about? Psychological ప్రకారంగా what is that intelligence? Because ఎందుకంటే మనకి సైకలాజికల్ అసెస్మెంట్స్ లోని మనకి ఇంటెలిజెన్స్ అనేది వస్తుంది అన్నమాట.
ఓకే సార్.
ఇంటెలిజెన్స్ క్వశ్చనర్స్ అని బోర్డు, ఇంటెలిజెన్స్ టెస్ట్ బోర్డు ఉన్నాయి అన్నమాట మనకి. When we are talking about intelligence tests, what is that we are trying to refer to?
ఎథికల్ ఫామ్ కూడా ఉంటుందా సార్ అయితే ఇంటెలిజెన్స్ లో?
ఇప్పుడు మనం నార్మల్ గా మనం మాట్లాడుకున్న దానికి మనం టెక్నికల్ గా మాట్లాడుకుంటానికి చాలా డిఫరెన్స్ ఉంటుంది. If at all you are talking about intelligence from moral point of view, let us see it from the point of view of intellect, INTELLECT, intellect. మనం సాంస్క్రిట్ లో మనం దానికి ఒక వర్డ్ ఇవ్వాలి అనుకుంటే వివేకం. Now, if we have to define that from the point of view of intelligence from the point of view of vivekam, the ability to discriminate between what is right and what is wrong.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, what is good and what is bad. what is desirable, what is undesirable, something like that.
Yes, sir.
లేదు అనేసి అంటే మామూలుగా మనం వీ హ్యావ్ టు యూనో ఇంటెలిజెన్స్ మనం డిఫైన్ చేసుకోవాలి అంటే what is the capacity of our thinking, what is the capacity of our experience, what is the capacity of our problem solving, and what is the capacity of our adaptation to the new environment. ఇలా మనం ఆలోచించుకోవచ్చు.
అంటే ఆ వాటిలో కూడా మనం జస్ట్ ఇప్పుడు ఏదైనా మెంటల్ ఎబిలిటీ కానీ ఇలాంటివి ఉన్నప్పుడు జస్ట్ వీళ్ళు కంపేర్ అంటే ఎట్లా చెప్పాలి సార్? ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఒక అంటే కొద్దిగా ఎక్స్ప్లిసిట్ చెప్తాను సార్. ఒకప్పుడు నైఫ్స్ అనేవి వెజిటేబుల్స్ కట్ చేయడానికి వీటికి వాడేవాళ్ళం సార్. అంటే తర్వాత అవే నైఫ్స్ ని అదర్ పీపుల్ యూజ్ ఫర్ క్రిమినల్. ద పాయింట్ హియర్ ఈస్ వీ కెన్ వి టేక్ అంటే కత్తిని ఆబ్జెక్ట్ గా తీసుకుని ఇంకో మనిషిని కూడా ఆబ్జెక్ట్ గా చూసినప్పుడు ఇక్కడ వెజిటేబుల్ ఆబ్జెక్ట్ సార్. సో కత్తి కూడా ఒక ఆబ్జెక్టే. సో అదే కత్తిని అతను మనిషిని కూడా ఒక ఆబ్జెక్ట్ గా తీసుకుని సబ్జెక్ట్ గా తీసుకోకుండా ఆబ్జెక్ట్ గా తీసుకుని ఇతను అదే కత్తిని కత్తికున్న క్యారెక్టరిస్టిక్ ఫీచర్ ని పట్టుకుని సేమ్ అదే ప్రాణం తీయాలనే ఒక థాట్ లో అలా చేశాడు సార్. సో ఇక్కడ నథింగ్ బట్ మనం కంపేర్ సిమిలారిటీస్ చేస్తున్నాం కదా అని చిన్న డౌట్ సార్.
ఓకే, ఇక్కడ మనం ఒకవేళ సిమిలారిటీస్ ని కంపేర్ చేసుకుంటున్నాం కదా, ఇప్పుడు ఒక వాట్ ఈస్ ద రైట్ వే ఆఫ్ యూజింగ్ అనేది ఎలా వస్తుంది మనకి? ఫర్ వాట్ పర్పస్ వి ఆర్ సపోజ్ టు డు వాట్? ఇప్పుడు ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ వాషింగ్ మెషిన్ మనం తీసుకుందాం అనుకోండి. వాషింగ్ మెషిన్ లో మనం బట్టలు మనం ఉతకడానికి పెడతాము. వాషింగ్ మెషిన్ లోనేమో పిండి రుబ్బే సరుకు మనం దాంట్లో పెట్టాం అనుకోండి పిండి రుబ్బడానికి. ఓకే, సో ఇన్ సమ్ ప్లేసెస్ ఇన్ అవర్ కంట్రీ వాషింగ్ మెషిన్స్ ఆర్ ఆల్సో యూస్ ఫర్ దట్ ఆల్సో. పిండి రుబ్బడానికి కూడా ఉపయోగించుకుంటున్నారు. నౌ ద పాయింట్ హియర్ ఈస్ under what culture we are actually reared upon and how we are actually influenced by the culture in order to do certain things. Let us take an example. Manaki let us talk about some ISIS culture తీసుకుందాం అనుకోండి. ISIS culture తీసుకునేటప్పుడు if at all they are taking lives of many innocent people across the world, if you interview them, they will talk about their ideologies in a logical manner.
Yes, sir.
So if at all they are carrying a weapon in their hand and if they are trying to kill a person, there is a wonderful logic from them.
Yes, sir.
And an ordinary person might also be convinced by the way the other person speaks.
Sir.
So now the problem is, under what culture we are actually grown up? What is our culture speaking? And how we are different from our culture? So how we have outgrown our culture in order to understand what is right, what is wrong. మీకు అర్థమైందా నేను చెప్పిన?
అర్థమైంది సార్, అర్థం.
సో లెట్ us try to think. yes, ప్రాక్టికల్ గా మీరు ప్రాక్టికల్ గా చూసారనుకోండి, దట్ ఈస్ ట్రూ.
ఓకే సార్.
యా, మన దగ్గర కత్తున్నది అనేసి అంటే మన ఆబ్జెక్ట్ ని మనమేమో కట్ చేస్తాము, మళ్ళీ ఏంటి అనేసి అంటే we also kill some animals in order to have a meal. So we don't differentiate, we generally see it as an object, simple. So మనకి ఎంపతి సింపతి ఏమీ ఉండదు, because that is our activity అని అనుకుంటాం మనం.
అవును సార్. యా, థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్.
Hello, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
Sir, as you were mentioning that, I also have some doubts, sir, regarding the career in opting the psychology as a subject.
Yes.
Actually, now I am actually a working teacher, sir. I am working in Kendriya Vidyalaya as a teacher. Suppose if I want to pursue career, and how way I can connect my teaching to psychology. Actually, I have an intention of choosing this thing to understand the child psychologies in a better manner, and also for my personality to understand. From a long time, I have this intention of doing this course. So if I want to improve it to next level, how can I pursue this? Can you please give a light on that?
So that's a good question. I was also having the same kind of question when I was studying my MSc psychology at Annamala University, Chidambaram. because MSc Psychology, I was studying MSc Psychology over there. The subjects are very, very general in nature. But every time I'm actually going through the subject, I was only focused on what exactly I would like to do in psychology. This is where I felt my thought brooding every time. So I studied psychology subject and then I passed the examination. Next what? What next? So I've done my MSc Psychology. So what? Am I good in one particular area of psychology? As you have rightly said, Reddy Garu, that you want to have some kind of specialization, you want to do some kind of specialization in child psychology, or somebody else would be interested in guiding adolescent students. Somebody wants to become a career psychologist. Somebody wants to become a counseling psychologist. Somebody wants to become do marital counseling. So there are different areas. Somebody wants to join assessments. There might be some members here who wants to specialize in organizational psychology, uh, industrial psychology, or on organizational psychology, because they might be working in industries or multinational companies, and they want to take their expertise or competence to the next level. So somebody wants to join a clinical setup where they want to counsel students and administer some therapies at a clinical level. So there are different ideas. So my suggestion to all of you is, initially you have to go through the entire general subjects of psychology. For example, you have to undergo what is this general psychology all about, what is this social psychology all about. If you go through this cognitive psychology, you have a bird's eye view of it. And wherever you feel that some topics are very, very, very good, interesting, inspirational, please try to explore more about those particular topics. The better way of trying to find out what we are meant to is to see in what topics we are naturally inclined towards. Probably some of you might be thinking that I'm working in a multinational company, and then I want to be involved in assessing the employees' performance. So if you are interested in assessing the employees' performance, or want to understand in what way training and development can be taken to the next level, or transfer of training can be taken from classroom session to workplace. So when this is related to organizational learning, organizational psychology, please try to see some literature that is available on organizational psychology. So my request to you is, initially everybody has to undergo the process of reading the general subjects of psychology, and wherever you are attracted with one particular concept, go to the deeper levels of understanding the subject, so that you will have an idea of where your heart belongs to. So I have done my specialization. When I'm doing my MSc psychology, I got specialized in organizational psychology. So since then, I had experience of working in as a consultant also, uh, for assessment centers. In Delhi, I was working at EMPI Business School, where I have the fortune of working with Uday Parikh. Uday Parikh is known as the father of HRD movement in India. He is no more with us, but he is associated with TV Rao learning system. TV Rao sir as well as Uday Parikh sir, they both are actually pioneers of HRD movement in India. Still, TV Rao learning systems is actually happening in Ahmedabad as well as in Hyderabad also. So somebody, whoever is interested to pursue their career in organizational psychology, my request to you is, please try to have some kind of understanding about what assessment centers is all about. Assessment centers in an organizational context. If we want to do some kind of interventions, then you have to know the ideology of an assessment center, what they do in assessment center, because over a period of time you can initiate an assessment center within your organization, and then initiate some organizational development interventions within your purview or your arena. No, sir, I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in developing the competency levels of school children. So now you please try to read more about child psychology. So lifespan development is wonderful kickstart information to learn about child psychology, because you will understand how the growth and development of a child from infant stage to adolescence and beyond. So in that way, you can specialize to learn about child psychology. And if it is possible for you, please try to pursue um, add-on courses through IGNOU called as PG Diploma in Guidance and Counseling. So I did my PG Diploma in Guidance and Counseling after my MSc Applied Psychology, and after that I have done my PhD in Psychology. So if the courses, if for example, sir, what have you done for counseling the students? What have you done to counsel people around you? So as I said to you, what I have done is I did not rest from doing MSc Psychology and PhD Psychology, because these are very generic in nature. We don't become skilled persons or professionals when we pursue MSc Psychology or PhD in Psychology. It is just names or tags or labels after our name, which doesn't matter a lot at all. What matters a lot is the skill that we generally gain after uh, a deeper levels of understanding of what exactly we want to do. Let us take an example. If I want to do counseling to people around me, adolescents, what I have realized that is there is a theory called as there is a therapy called as CBT. CBT stands for Cognitive Behavior Therapy, and I started reading about CBT a lot as a knowledge to acquire. And I attended good number of sessions, seminar sessions at national level. And there I realized that CBT is one particular area where we can change the attitudes of people, and we can alternatively change the behaviors of people from what they were to what they are, and what should be their ideal way of life should be. So CBT is one important area where some of you can recon and then pursue towards psychological well-being of people in the society. One, I did not stop over there. What I have done is there anything much better than CBT? Yes, CBT is the ground. Cognitive behavior therapy is the ground. What else can be done beyond this CBT? Then I realized that in the entire literature, we have another person called as Albert Ellis. There is a person called as Albert Ellis, ALBERT, Albert Ellis, ELLIS, Ellis. He has written a wonderful book called as a Rational Emotive Behavior Therapy. I'll just try to get the book for you. Just hold on for a moment. Uh, this is a very good book about REBT therapy. So if somebody asks me what is the therapy you do to change the young minds, it includes me also. When I'm saying young minds, our mind is always young. So, and when I speak to my children, when I'm interacting with myself, or when I'm interacting with the people outside, I found this particular REBT more interesting. So from CBT, I traveled to REBT, Rational Emotive Behavior Therapy. So you can get this book from what is this called as Amazon, and it is very interesting to read. So Rational Emotive Behavior Therapy. Now, what is the heart of this REBT, Rational Emotive Behavior Therapy? Or what is the heart of CBT, Cognitive Behavior Therapy? If I have to say it in 1 minute, yeah.
Right?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
So I think that it's about like talk therapy.
Talk therapy?
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am, it is a talk therapy only. Yes. It is a talk therapy only, ma'am. Yes. As a counseling psychologist coming from organizational psychology field of study, I'm not supposed to administer any kind of medicines because I'm not a psychiatrist. So I'm a counseling psychologist where I generally speak to people and try to understand their attitudes and then try to see in what way I can help the people help themselves. So if I have to say CBT or REBT in 1 minute, the gist of REBT or CBT in 1 minute, we can understand it through the English alphabets called as A, B, and C. It's easy for us to understand. It is called as A, B, and C. A stands for antecedent. B stands for behavior. C stands for consequence. So we are only seeing the consequence. And the consequence is happening because of some behaviors. And the behavior is happening because of some antecedent. So now what our goal is, antecedent cannot be, what is this called as, is an independent variable. We may not be able to basically choose the things around us. Everything is happening around us just like that. We might not have control around us. The control that we have in us is only the way we process our ideas or our opinions or the thought process. If we can try to basically understand in what way our attitudes are formed, in what way attitude has to be formed, then we can change the consequence or control the consequence. So the whole heart or learning of REBT or cognitive behavior therapy lies in understanding in what way attitudes are formed. And the good news for all of us is that attitudes can be changed or attitudes can be learned, no problems at all. They are not genetic in nature. We can basically change attitudes. So this is my request. There is another website called as Udemy, Udemy, Udemy. I hope some of you are aware of this website called as Udemy.
Yes, sir.
Please repeat.
Udemy.
Udemy. U as in
Udemy.
Yeah.
Learning site.
Yeah, learning site. Yes, Udemy. I'm not a brand ambassador for Udemy, but my request to you is please see the websites which gives some courses on some specific areas of psychology.
Thank
let's
you,
take
sir.
let's take an example, CBT. So there are courses on CBT for 400, 500, 800, 700. You can learn the courses online and then you can try to experiment it within your own controlled settings and try to learn over a period of time. So in that way, you are gaining some momentum in one specific area. So it's like a funnel. So we are learning a lot of information initially, and over a period of time, we have to refine it. So the refinement should happen. We have to specialize in one particular area.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is very important.
Ravikant, sir, what is the difference between MA psychology and MSc psychology, sir?
Ma'am, frankly speaking, if you understand the letters or words over there, MA stands for Master of Arts. This is Master of Science. Earlier, psychology is actually seen as an activity which is an art, which requires a creative way of understanding the attitudes of people around us. So it is an art, it is a skillful activity. It is not so easy for everybody to become a psychologist. It requires a specific, what is this called as creative abilities in order to understand the person and take him through a process, and after that time taking back the particular person to the reality times. So it used to be referred to be as an artwork. So that is the reason they have coined it as Master of Arts in Psychology, MA Psychology. At later point of time, people have realized that it is not just about talking to people. As somebody has said, is it talk therapy? Yes, it is a talk therapy. Now, anybody can speak. What is it? There is a difference between advising and counseling. Anybody can give an advice. A tea seller can give best of advices to run the state government. How to run the state government effectively, a tea person can also say it. Unfortunately, he doesn't know how to make a very good tea. So in that way, I am good at speaking everything, but I am not good at doing what I am supposed to do. So in that way, what happens is we can give the best of advices, but can we do counseling? So counseling requires a specialized expertise. So people have recognized that it is not just mere talking to people and then and then you claim to say that you have done counseling. So counseling is more related to scientific understanding of the variables that are involved in. So that is the reason when science is actually embedded into the field of psychology, they realized that yes, it is not just arts, it is also more towards science. So there should be an empirical evidence in order to bring the facts to the surface and then try to come out with some kind of interventions and ensure that the behaviors are what is this called as in a healthy manner, that we do some kind of interventions in such a way that the behaviors are healthier. So it is more related to science now than arts. So arts is always there. So arts is actually in the background. The science has to be brought up. So because we have a wonderful quotation in the field of psychology, what cannot be measured cannot be controlled. So we have to measure, only then we may be in a position to control it. So the measuring aspect is borrowed from science. Only then we can basically try to understand it, control it, and then do some kind of recommendations for it.
And sir, from the university, I have received the book like this, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
So this is block 1.
Okay.
Do we have like this the 4 different blocks in each subject?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Excuse me, sir. To add on to the ma'am's question, sir. So, as we are pursuing MA psychology and we are not pursuing MSc psychology, so what
There is
kind
no
of
difference.
things we may?
There is no difference. There is no difference when it comes to your degree being acceptable in universities or institutions. There are no issues at all.
Okay.
Your subject is as good as it is. The only difference is, for example, business schools are offering PGDM, whereas affiliated colleges are offering MBA. Both remains the same, but the way the subject is structured, the way the subject is processed is different, whereas both are same from the point of view of organizations.
Sir,
PGDM, the
uh,
only difference is a person who does PGDM course, postgraduate diploma in management course in a business school, they might not be in a position to get a teaching role in affiliated colleges unless otherwise that PGDM course that is offered by that particular business school is associated with Association of Indian Universities, AIU. AIU recognizes the equivalence of PGDM program to MBA. Is it clear?
sir, I'm moving this topic out of. I have a doubt in clinical psychology and counseling psychology, sir. So I was in confusion which one to pick. Can you elaborate more on them?
Oh, ma'am, I'll take a personal session for that, ma'am. It's very difficult.
Not for me, sir. It's just I want the difference between them. It's not.
It's very simple, ma'am. When it comes to clinical psychology, you need to be specialized in the therapies, in the clinical settings. And I'm not saying that you should not have any kind of experience to do counseling psychology. No, it's not like that. Nowadays, clinical psychology is as good as counseling psychology. Counseling psychology is as good as clinical psychology. But you should be comfortable with the specific applications of it. How comfortable are you is more important. So if you go through the clinical psychology concepts and if you are comfortable with it, I don't feel any wrong in going for clinical psychology, because the country is in need of clinical psychologists at different institutional levels. Counseling psychology can be done by a clinical psychologist also, because it is more of understanding the subject and having a good amount of experience and then speaking about it. But here in counseling psychology, generally what happens is it is more or less to do with our talk. Okay, so what dominates in counseling psychology is our interaction, our understanding of the other person. In clinical settings, it is more related to um, the change in abnormal behaviors, where in counseling psychology, that kind of cases might not occur to you. You're able to understand? You might have a healthy person in counseling psychology for whom you are supposed to give some kind of interventions to change his attitudes or behaviors or feelings or something like that. But when it comes to clinical settings, there might be some chances of abnormal behaviors which needs to be understood and which needs to be dealt with in a sensitive manner. So there is a change at the degree of operations or level of competence from counseling psychology to clinical psychology. It all depends on the complaint. For example, at the night time, one day I got a case in my locality. So immediately one person came to me knocking the door and said, "Sir, my daughter has got up from the bed and she's shouting and she is beating her head to the wall. So please help her," something like that. So now the point is, yes, people are aware that I'm a psychologist, but I should also understand my boundaries, which means that, what is that I should deal and I should not deal. That is where ethics in psychology comes into the picture. So just because they regarded me as a psychologist, I should not do something which I'm not supposed to do. So I have recommended him or her to a clinical psychologist, where they basically take care of the abnormal behaviors. So I am not specialized in that particular abnormal behaviors. I am specialized in a behavior that is controllable, which is at a just noticeable difference.
Sir, from what you've said now, what I understood is clinical psychology mostly deals with the experimental things on the human, whereas counseling itself, as we were talking before, like talk therapy or something, we talk and deal with.
In both the cases, we generally talk. There are no issues about it. But the fact is that, what is the nature of the cases that we are dealing is very, very significant for us to choose. What kind of cases?
Okay.
Are they normal cases that we are dealing? Then it's okay. We'll go for counseling psychology. Let us take an example: schools and academic institutions. Okay, anywhere we can basically go and initiate counseling psychology. No issues at all, because this is a matter which is needed in everyday life for everyone. In educational settings, yes. For example, I'm a counseling psychologist in an educational setting, so I speak to all the students. But if there are any abnormal cases, a student is depressed, a student has lost control of her senses, a student has a distortion of the present situation. Now, what does it mean? Can I deal with this? No. I need to understand the gravity of the case and then recommend to the concerned person. In this case, the person who is distorted with his self to the current situation is suffering with a situation called as psychosis. Okay, probably neurosis I can deal it with, but whereas psychosis I cannot deal. So that is the reason I have to recommend them to a psychiatrist. So it all depends on the nature of the case. So please try to get exposed to clinical settings, psychiatric counseling, as well as psychological counseling in education setting. Whichever you feel that it has an impact, you can create, which is natural to you. Please choose it.
Okay.
I have chosen counseling psychology because I feel that I'm a part of this academic industry, so it is very easy for me to enter into any place without any kind of technical issues, with without looking at the sensitiveness of the people and talk something which is very, very applicable to them. But whereas clinical psychology, we see or receive complaints in a crude manner. So we cannot generalize it. We have to go by case to case method. Not all people can be called as psychiatric.
So, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Sir, I'm looking to join, take the elective for industrial organization behavior, sir. Sir, in that, sir, as per the syllabus, we see that it is only limited for HRD, right, sir?
Yeah.
Sir, if in case we are looking to broaden the scope, like other functionalities, like for marketing, sir, or finance, sir, is it possible, sir, or it will be only within the scope of HRD, sir?
No. When they are saying HRD, it means all the human resources in all domain areas.
Sure, sir.
Yeah. It is not.
But it will be directly dealing with the only humans, right, sir? But we cannot help in the process.
No. As an organizational psychologist, you can enter into any area where human beings are available in the organizational settings. They need not be from one particular domain area.
Sure,
So
sir.
HRD is not one department you are supposed to see it as. HRD is human resource development in all domain areas in the organizational settings.
Sure, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, shall we start?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Sushmita Ross, she raised a hand. Yeah. Madam Sushmita?
Yeah, maybe by mistake she raised her hand, I think.
Sure, sir. Thank you. Okay. So we'll go back to our session.
The PPT.
Yeah, sure. We'll go back to our PPT. Any new thing that you have learned since last 1 or 2 hours, something in order to take it forward?
Yeah, that is rational. Sorry, the allegory of the cave. It's very nice too.
Any personal learnings from this?
Yes, sir.
We should not be confined.
Oh, great.
So we can't be judgmental, right, sir?
Yeah.
Neutral perception.
Yeah. We cannot be judgmental in the sense that, not at every place we have to be judgmental. So we have to be very, very choiceful where we have to be and where we should not be. Where we are supposed to judge, where we are not supposed to judge. That particular understanding should also be required. There are some areas in our life where we are supposed to judge. Without judging, probably we will not be able to basically go ahead with that.
Neutral perception.
Yeah. Yes. So
Even can be like we analyze the thing, analyze a person.
Yeah.
Instead of judging a person, we analyze what is the thing, why the behavior changes, why the person is confined, whatever it is, sir.
So when you are substituting the word judgment to analyzing, in what way judgment happens?
Sir, in the case of judgment, I decide about a person based on his behavior and everything. I make my own perception.
So when we are perceiving, what is happening in perception? So something, finally, when we are using some words, finally it is actually leading to the perception only. In the perception,
Yes,
there is
sir.
there are sensory inputs, sensory processing,
sir.
and sensory output. So finally,
Yes, sir.
what is that happening is with our knowledge or with the influences that are happening around us, we are trying to do certain things.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so now what I'm trying to say is that when we say we should not be judgmental, the point here is we cannot be suspicious every time.
Yes, sir.
Or we cannot be easy every time in our way of, in our everyday life.
Yes,
Just because I say we should not be judgmental, we should not be easygoing also. We should be careful. So we should be cautious.
Yes, sir.
So instead of using the word judgment, can we try to substitute cautious and careful? That is more healthy word.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, because in psychology, the problem is some of the words can also condition us or influence us also. That is again a trap.
Yes, sir.
This is an issue. This psychology itself is a trap for all of us that, we are psychologists or we are learning about psychology. There is nothing about psychology. It is everyday life aspects that we are terming to be A, B, C, and D.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So if we look at the words and then reflect us to the words, then probably we may be trapped. So we have to stand under it.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's the point. Okay, fine. Let us go back to the PowerPoint.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Can you see the slide, madam, sirs? Can you see the slide?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, wonderful. Let us go back to this particular Abraham Maslow need hierarchy. Before coming to this particular slide, we were discussing about self-realization. That means we have to move from ignorance to light in order to understand what is the truth of things that are happening around us. So it is a theoretical concept. I'm not saying that we have to immediately after this particular session we have to take a torchlight and then go ahead in our personal lives like that. No, not like that. It is a small kind of understanding about the way the life has to be understood and not the way it has to be confined with. So from self-realization, we are entering into one of the motivational theories, which is again a part of personality given by Abraham Maslow. So this is called as a personal motivational theory. According to Abraham Maslow, he said that every unmet need in an individual personality is tended to be fulfilled. Please understand what I said. Every unmet need, any unmet need is seen to be fulfilled. So that is the reason he started bringing out this concept at 5 different levels. Level 1 is psychological needs. After that, it is security needs or safety needs. After that, it is social needs. After that, esteem needs. And finally, it is self-actualization need. So Abraham Maslow thought that every man or every person in the society will move from fulfilling his basic needs till he attains self-actualization. My request to all of you is when you are looking at this particular pyramidal structure, I suggest you to parallelly have a small kind of structure to yourself. The structure is independent of the pyramidal structure. In this pyramidal structure, you have 5 substructures. You please try to see yourself in the structure independently. Let us take an example. The first one is psychological needs. What do you mean by psychological needs? These are the basic needs which have to be met in order for our survival. So if we have to understand this particular point in 2 contexts, one is in our personal life and second one is in our professional life. In our personal life, we have to take this psychological needs as something that is related to fulfilling our biological desires. It can be the food, it can be water, it can be oxygen, it can be the bodily needs. So these are the needs that are primate in our nature, which has to be fulfilled. Without this, probably we cannot survive, something like that. So, so in an organizational context, every person would like to aspire to get a job or to settle for a living, L-I-V-I-N-G, living. So in the sense that a student who graduates from an academic institution is interested to get a job. So for him, job is the basic need. Without that particular need, he may not be able to fulfill his family's economic needs. That is the reason for a person in an organizational context, it is the job that is the basic need. In a personal life, it is fulfilling the basic desires of the bodily system. So once a person has fulfilled his basic needs, he likes to keep away with the basic needs. The keeping aside of basic or physiological needs means that he or she is no more motivated by the presence of it. No more motivated by the presence of it. For example, if at all I have fulfilled my basic needs, that fulfillment of the basic needs will never become a motivation. Over, that is over. So I have to go to the next need. What is that next need? Next need is I'm not fulfilled with one more need. That one more need is I got a job in an organization. Now I need job security in this organization. I need to complete that particular probation time. I need to get the approval of my boss. All my colleague needs to basically, like my stay in the organization. These are the security needs because I will be working with my boss. I'll be working with my team. If they are not caring for me, if they are not talking to me, probably I feel insecure in the organization. That will have a negative impact in my life in the organization. So that is the reason these security needs are very, very, very important. So when it comes to personal life, after fulfilling the bodily needs of an individual, he or she looks for a small kind of home to live. So in order to basically be safe from the animals or from the natural environment. So once that particular need is fulfilled, what happens is that particular need will never become a motivation once again, unless otherwise it comes below the level of threshold. So next level need is aspired by the individual personality. The next level need is affiliation or social needs or social belonging needs. So what is that need here? Once a person is happy to get confirmed in an organization that yes, I have completed my probation, I have a salary that I'm drawing every month without fail, then he feels that he needs to be associated with people around him in order to exchange his opinions with others and also would like to listen from others. So that social belongingness, he feels that he's incomplete without the group or without the team. So he cannot be isolated and he wants some kind of social affiliation. So that is the reason he joins in the teams or in the groups for gaining that social approval and to have a harmonious relationship with the people around him. So once that particular social needs are actually fulfilled, then he aspires to go for esteem needs. Esteem needs is, in simple terms, means recognition or creating an identity to oneself. So I need to be recognized or I need to make a mark for myself in the group that I am affiliated with. So he feels that once his social needs are fulfilled, that he's speaking to people, other people are speaking to him, he's exchanging his ideas, other people are exchanging. He feels that yes, when I'm there in the group, I belong to this group. But at some point of time, I should know that I'm different from the group. People should see me as an inspiration or as a role model. So for that, I need to be recognized. What is that I'm supposed to do in order to get recognition? So I need to have those kind of qualities which will basically make a distinction between me and other people in the group. So he feels for recognition, he gets promotion, or he will be given incentives in order to be recognized in the organizational system. And once his esteem needs are fulfilled, then he or she will be aspiring for self-actualization. This is one particular need which is at the apex of the Maslow's need hierarchy. So Maslow has said that this is the final destination everybody has to reach, because his goal is that people start from basic psychological need, physiological needs. Probably they are stuck up somewhere. If they are stuck up somewhere, the society cannot grow or develop. The society has to grow to the maturity levels. So that is the reason every person starting at the basic physiological needs should basically graduate at self-actualization. Now the biggest problem Abraham Maslow is to define self-actualization over there. So self-actualization has been defined by many people in many, many ways. But as per the definition of Abraham Maslow, self-actualization is something which is very, very different. Now, I request some of the team members to define what self-actualization is according to themselves. What is the self-actualization?
Like what the morals I should follow in my life.
Okay, good start. Morals that you have to follow in your life.
ఒక మనిషికి తన మీద తనకున్న అభిప్రాయం సార్, తన పాస్ట్ యొక్క ఇవి తీసుకుని తన మీద తను ఏర్పరచుకునే అభిప్రాయం అయి ఉండదు.
ఓకే, తర్వాత నెక్స్ట్, వాట్ ఈస్ ఇట్ self-actualization?
Spontaneity, sir.
Spontaneity. Okay. Spontaneity, self-actualization. Sorry, na? Self-assessment.
Sir, it can be whether it can be introspection.
Good. Fine. Coming to the point.
Self-containment, happy with self. The stage you have reached.
Good. That is also another point. Yes, next.
Also realizing that whatever you have done till now, you have done to the best of your knowledge and ability.
Excellent.
Content,
Then
self-values.
Ma'am, I want to extend to what you said. Whatever I have done to the best of my knowledge and best of my experience. What
so
next?
like taking care of the family, the work you have done and everything. Sometimes people in old age that I might have done more than this. I might have earned more money than this. I might have placed my children in a better position. I mean, not having a dilemma about all that and reaching a stage where whatever I have done, then I have best of what I have known and what ability I had.
So you mean to say there is some kind of fulfillment, contentment over there?
Yeah, here fulfillment.
You reach a certain age.
The facts of life, the real needs and facts of life which make me happy. Real happiness.
Okay. So can we call it as self-actualization?
Fact.
Can we call this as self-actualization?
Self-actualization, yes.
Sure. 100%.
That is the ultimate one, no?
That's okay. That is an ultimate one. That is what you are perceiving it. Is it the ultimate one? That is the reason we have to come out from the cage.
Yes.
So fine. Thank you very much for all the inputs, stimulus that you have given to me. So I would like to speak about the opinion of Abraham Maslow when he was actually questioned about the definition of self-actualization. Nowhere in his 5 levels there was any doubt, because all the elements in different 5 levels are very, very clear except for that self-actualization. So he was asked to define self-actualization. Unfortunately, there is no standard definition for self-actualization. So when this question was asked, then how do you define self-actualization? He said very simple. Self-actualization, to define self-actualization, Abraham Maslow said, a painter has to paint, a singer has to sing, a dancer has to dance. Now I leave these 3 sentences to your understanding. A painter has to paint, a dancer has to dance, a singer has to sing, a leader has to lead.
Sir, can we call it as a self-values?
Self-values, okay. Much more than that, can you think about it?
Everybody has their particular role to play.
Everybody has a role to play. Good. Next.
Achieving your potential, your best level.
Exactly. You're coming to the points, ma'am. You see, there is a refining process. We start with some basic things and then we try to refine or build upon what the other person has said. We are all building blocks. It is not, nobody is correct. Somebody has laid a brick and we are trying to solidify it and we are trying to achieve to the correct point. So without the starting points, there cannot be the highest point, right? So what according to is self-actualization? When Abraham Maslow said a painter has to paint, a dancer has to dance, a singer has to sing.
Go out of his interest and
doing your work, do what you know.
It's like realizing the potential.
Realizing the potential, correct?
fulfillment of our potential, sir.
Fulfillment of our potential. Okay, so good. So with these statements, Abraham Maslow feels that at one point of time in our life, after we have successfully achieved all the levels of what our desires are, we have to find now an alternative way of looking at life. Till now, I am looking at my own life. My own life. So there is some kind of selfishness that is involved in the way I have looked at my life till now. ST needs, till now, ST needs. Now, after this point of time, what is it I can do back, give back? That is where it is actually taking a U-turn. Yes, I have done it. So next what? What is it I'm supposed to do now? So a person who has healthily achieved the physiological needs, safety needs, or affiliation needs, or esteem needs, there is nothing else he can do for himself. There is a lot of recognition that he has got in his life. What next? The next best thing that he can do is to basically see himself in others. So he has done everything to himself till now. Now, what is that he's supposed to do? He's supposed to see himself in others. What does it mean when we say self in others?
Give back to the society, share your knowledge.
Exactly.
Probably.
So, in an organizational context, what do you mean by self-actualization? A person has got a job, a person is getting his salary, a person has a good team to work with, and a person is recognized by his labels: manager, general manager, assistant vice president, CEO, something like that. Or every person need not become a CEO of an organization. I might start at an entry level. I am now a teacher. I feel very happy as a teacher in a university, a private university. Let us take an example. I need not become the president of the university, but still I have my own space in front of my students. So I am if I have entered into my self-actualization, what is it I'm supposed to do right now? I'm given the designations, fancy designations. Okay.
Become a mentor and try to
Exactly.
help other
Till
people
now,
reach their potential.
Exactly. So which means that till now I was after my own desires to be fulfilled. Now it is a time for me to basically help other people. Because of others, I have actually come into the situation, to this particular position. What is it I can give back to others? For example, if I am, for example, the designation that was given to me is deputy director. Okay, in an organizational context. Okay, now what is my team size? My team size is 8. 8 is my team size. With this team size, I'm supposed to do some kind of activities in the organization across all the 3 campuses. So at this point of time also, if I'm not empowering my team members, if I'm not delegating the responsibility to team members, if I'm not trying to appreciate the value of people in me, if I'm not trying to develop the leadership qualities in my team members, still I am actually in that esteem needs only. So I have not graduated to self-actualization. I am still after my identity, chasing my identity. So if I'm involved in empowering people around me, if I'm giving them an opportunity to take decisions and I'm responsible for the decisions that other people have taken, then yes, I'm in that state of self-actualization. Which means, when we say self-actualization, we can actually refer to what is called as the East philosophy. This is the West philosophy. Self-actualization is the West philosophy. The East philosophy is what is self? What is the purpose of this self? The purpose of this self is, in Sanskrit, we have a wonderful statement which says that Paropakaram
Idam Sarira.
Idam Sarira. In the sense that, yes, the highest aspect of our life is basically to help others. That is the reason I say that see yourself in others. This is again a philosophical term. For example, where is God? The God is everywhere. We cannot restrict God at one particular place. If we restrict God at one particular place, we are by ourselves discounting the capability of God that He is not present anywhere else. So all philosophies of all different religions speak that there is a God. There cannot be one God. There is a God. That energy is there in every place. When the energy is there in every place, it is there in me as it is there in others. If I am basically after my life, chasing my life for different recognitions or rewards or prestigious, I should also see that there is some life outside me that also need to be recognized, that also need to be kindled. So that also need to be supported. So I have, the other person do not have. What is it I'm supposed to do in order to ensure that the other person will also have, the other person will also grow, the other person will also develop? That is what is called a self-actualization. Okay, so in an organizational context, but when it comes to pure personal things, a painter has to paint, a dancer has to dance, a singer has to sing. So if this has to be understood from a personal point of view, not from an organizational or institutional point of view, what does it mean? Let us take an example, Rabindranath Tagore. Rabindranath Tagore, all of you pretty well know about his life story. He was not he was not formally educated. He left the school and he was educated by his brother only. He was educated by his brother. In what ways? In different ways he was actually educated. And finally, what did he do? What is the contribution of Rabindranath Tagore? There is a flow. He became what? He became a great poet. Can we expect Rabindranath Tagore to be a software engineer?
No.
No. And Albert Einstein, can we expect him to be a saint in Arunachala Hills?
No, sir. No, sir.
Then, so what does it mean? So it means that there should be a journey to discover about what we are. So what we are can be discovered by a wonderful a technique or strategy called as feedback analysis. I mentioned to you in the last class also that our strengths can always be understood from our from the feedback analysis. The feedback analysis can best be understood in us volunteering in many activities. So if we volunteer in many activities, one particular activity will basically tap us, will basically give a small kind of ring inside us, and there is a call for it. Once there is a call for it, there is no looking back. So there are some people who have listened to that particular call, and they have shaped their particular personality to reach or to achieve that particular call. So they are those examples, what I term them as self-actualized people. But not everybody has to be self-actualized, but we can take the concept of self-actualization in our everyday life and ensure that I have developed to this particular extent, and it is all because of people around me. Now it is something which I'm supposed to give back. So that is the reason in the process of giving back, I'm trying to help many more people in their lives to grow. Probably it might not be like me. Probably they would be growing proportionately in their lives. Relatively, they will grow in their life. So there is some start that growth has started. The development has begun. People are also growing relatively as I have grown. So in that way, probably we can see our journey throughout these 5 levels. So if that is the case, I said to you in the beginning of introduction of this Abraham Maslow need hierarchy that together, if at all we see, it is called as a pyramid. Now, there is an important theory called as Gestalt therapy, Gestalt theory, Gestalt. The spelling is Gestalt, Gestalt. We call it as Gestalt. It's a German word. So what is the essence of Gestalt? The whole is greater than the sum of its parts. The whole is greater than sum of its parts. For example, when we are trying to administer this Gestalt therapy to any of our subjects or people around us, what we do not look is the bits and pieces of the person's fragmented personality traits, but we generally look at the person holistically, and we will try to make a point to the subject that what best you can do or contribute to the society is much more than what you are facing right now. Probably there might be an issue with him about a separation, or there might be a loss in his family, or a separation in his family, or a job issue at mid life crisis. Okay, this should not basically affect the person because he is actually there in order to do much larger purposes of life, in order to achieve much larger goals of life. So there are a lot of videos in YouTube where people who do not have limbs or hands or legs, still they become celebrities, and who are still motivating a lot of people who have both legs and arms. So in that way, if we don't have anything, we have to basically live in order to basically inspire other people to live in a healthy manner. So when we have a reason to live, to inspire others by our living, people who have that particular abilities or faculties for living can live for much better causes than what we are living for. So in that way, in gestural therapy, we are focusing more on the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. But why did I bring the gestalt concept here? My point over here is this theory can be looked holistically as a pyramidal structure where a person is starting his journey from physiological needs and graduating at self-actualization. But if at all we have to see the individual personality in this particular pyramidal structure, where am I? Where is Ravikant here? Am I there in drawing this physiological needs, or am I focused only on safety needs? Am I worried about social belongingness? Whether what will other people think about my work? Whether people will love me, hate me, and all that. Will I get recognition? I'm only worried about recognition. I'm worried about pay hikes. Or I'm here, whatever best is possible. I have grown to this particular stage. I will manage my work in such a way that whatever best I can do for others, I will do it by myself. And whatever best should happen, it will happen. No, you are understanding my point, madam, sirs?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So
yes, sir.
So this is how we have to look into this Maslow need hierarchy. There is a lot of criticism about Abraham Maslow's need hierarchy. People say that, the critics have said that, this is a theory which is observed by looking at the lives of very few people in the society who have gone for that self-actualization. Let us take an example. Probably Abraham Maslow, he might be a contemporary of Albert Einstein. So probably he has seen Albert Einstein or Mother Teresa or few others, and he has come to this conclusion that there is something called a self-actualization. So if at all we see that there are only few people who have actualized themselves, and there are many number of people who have not actualized. So can we say that, this self-actualization is everybody's ball of game? So this is a question that most of the critics have said. That is the reason I'm very happy that unless otherwise somebody points out something in us, we may not be able to grow from then onwards. So that is the reason this particular Abraham Maslow need hierarchy has taken ups and downs and shaped in such a way that it has answered to all critics. That is the reason earlier this example was related to individual, whereas now this example is fine-tuned to organizational fulfillment. In organizational fulfillment, we are not talking about our own self. We are actually trying to empower, we are trying to delegate, we are trying to improve the other person's life. We are also trying to ensure, if a chance is given to us, can we try to make our organization more, what is this called as a healthy capitalistic organization. Okay, a green capitalistic organization where, yes, we are earning a lot of profits by using the resources of the resources of the society. Still, through corporate social responsibility, we are trying to help a lot of people in the society. So if I'm in a position where I can make use of a corporate social responsibility budget, can I basically put it for a more direct impact avenues or places? So in that way, Abraham Maslow need hierarchy criticism is fine-tuned to some practical examples of life and living in the society. We need not say that everybody has to be Albert Einstein or Mahatma Gandhi, but everybody at his own level can have the qualities or intentions or noble ideals of the great people, and they can initiate it at their own levels. Need not become so and so person. but we can initiate at our level per se. So this is one criticism that need hierarchy given by Abraham Maslow has attracted. The second criticism that Abraham Maslow need hierarchy received is that a person who has started at physiological needs, should he need to basically graduate each and every level need, or can he basically go and meet self-actualization also? Please answer.
So he may go directly towards the self-actualizations.
Perfect.
Depends, sir.
Yes. So the answer is every person need not basically enter into each and every need to be fulfilled. So a person can start at physiological needs, he can basically attain esteem needs. A person can start at physiological needs, he can basically go to self-actualization also. No, here the point is that each and every step is not mandatory, but what is that unmet need? What is that something which is not fulfilling in him? What is that he's actually thinking about, contemplating about? Some of them will not be thinking about safety or security. Let us take an example. Some of the young students, maybe me and my father, when we have started our career, we thought about safety needs in an organizational context. That we need to have a regular income, only then our family can survive. Yes, that can be there in our culture at our times, but that is not present in today's generation. So they think that, okay, I need to have a job first of all. Once I have a job, I am not worried about safety or security. I'm not at all interested to work in this organization for a longer period of time at all. Directly, I want to go to esteem needs. I want to join an organization. I want to be the best employee of the month, the same month I have joined. So there are situations where we are observing that people are jumping above the levels of needs. That is also happening. You're able to understand? Some of them are not at all. For example, if an opportunity is given for them to enter into a government job and then a private sector job, people are not interested. Students are not interested to enter into government sector because they feel that entering into a government sector is a big long time, whether we may or we may not. But TCS is there, Infosys is there, Accenture is there, Google is there, Facebook is there. We learn some technologies, we will enter into that multinational companies and will be recognized. You're working in Accenture, you're working in TCS. So are we working in order to get labels? Are we working in order to get branded? Are we working in order to seek a recognition from other people? Or what is our goal? So these are the situations that we are seeing regularly in our personal lives, where need not go through all the levels of need hierarchy. People are jumping from here and there. But the point is, they might jump, but the fact is, are they actualizing? That is more important. I can start with basic needs. I can enter into esteem needs. But am I graduating from esteem needs to self-actualization? So you can start anywhere, you can be anywhere, but are you going to that particular self-actualization is more important. So that is the final point. That is the epic point. So that is the zenith. So if we don't reach over there, probably somewhere there is a disconnected between what we are supposed to learn and what we are learning. Probably there is some element of education issues that were not taught to us properly by people around us or by our family members. So if we have to live the same society in the same way as we are enjoying, we are supposed to work harder in order to build the society once again for a proper living. So if all the people in the society are actually graduating out and going abroad, who will actually try to build the society? Who will actually try to nurture the society for the safety of our next generations to survive? That is more important. Forget about whether we will be living in a better conditions or not. But our society should not be a society like Afghanistan, where somebody is actually taking the power overnight and then keeping all the common man in an utmost hostile conditions. So should we try to basically see our country in that particular manner where we do not know what is going to happen at what time? So in that way, if at all we have to think about self-actualization, it is better for us to nurture our children or people around us to create some mechanism or systems in the society where there is an element of healthy living that is taking place in India. So that kind of self-actualization thought has to come out from us. So that is possible. East and West is in harmony. I'm very happy that we have a great person called as Marcus Aurelius. Please read his wonderful book called as Meditations. I recommend this book called as Meditations by Marcus Aurelius. Marcus Aurelius is the last Roman emperor. He is a great philosopher also. Understand that there are two important words over here. One is philosopher, second one is a ruler. So ruler and philosopher, emperor and philosopher, these two combinations are very, very important, because if at all we want to have a leader, the leader should have a lot of understanding of philosophy, or the leader should always contemplate towards the truth. So the reason why I brought these pictures is because we are talking about self-actualization. In self-actualization, we used to have leaders. From the West, we used to have a leader called as Marcus Aurelius. In the East, we have a person called as Vishwamitra. Vishwamitra again was a ruler. And what type of ruler he is? He is basically a philosopher. That is the reason we give him a word in East called as Rajarshi. Rajarshi is a combination of two words. One is Raja plus second one is Rishi. So Rishi is a saint. Raja is an emperor. So which means that Raja should basically have the attitude of a Rishi. That means in his deeper levels of his heart, he should understand the purpose of life, purpose of governance, and purpose of living. When he has that at his foundation levels, whatever activities he will undertake for the cause of his empire will always be fruitful, will always last long. If the foundation is not there, there will be a lot of problems because the foundation is not there. So whatever you basically build over above it, it will all be waste. Let us take an example of Facebook that is actually contemplated by Mark Zuckerberg. Mark Zuckerberg or Google CEO were facing charges against misuse of their own idea products. For example, Facebook was actually ideated by Mark Zuckerberg and his team. Did we basically find out why that Facebook was actually invented? For what purpose? Did scores of people or crores of people had a need that Facebook should be there? No. In a classroom, probably they thought of an idea, and that particular idea was generated or processed as a Facebook. Now, what happened with this particular idea of Facebook? So Zuckerberg was actually called to the Senate and was given explanation. Was asked to made to give an explanation. The question that was raised by Senate was, Mr. Zuckerberg, when were you, in which hotel you were placed in the last night? Last night, which hotel you were placed? The answer Zuckerberg gave to Senate was, I'm sorry, Senate, I'm sorry, Congressman, I cannot reveal it, it is confidential. If you feel that, last night, which hotel you were put into is confidential, why is that you are asking everybody to tag the important places or events that netizens have gone to in your Facebook? What is the purpose? So you mean to say that you need to follow your confidentiality, whereas people need not basically think about their confidentiality, they need not think about their security, safety. So in what way this idea is correct? So in that way, this is a situation where some of the ideas that have popped out from egos or intellect would lead to disaster because the foundation is not correct. So if at all our foundation has to be correct, our values should be correct. The value system should be correct, because values are the backbone for our attitudes. So that is the reason the East is having, East and West are having in harmony the ways that they are supposed to basically work for the greater goals of life and living. So from this, let us enter into one of the personality theories that IGNOU has actually given in order to make our presentation more to the point of view of examination. IGNOU personality theory is an understanding of different dimensions of personality. IGNOU said that in every personality there are different dimensions. A person can have an extraversion, a person can be an introvert, A person can have neurotic tendencies, a person can have stability. Now in these dimensions, which dimension is actually dominated in that particular personality? What is the predominant element in that personality which is actually popping out and which is actually trying to take more decisions? I leave this particular presentation to all of you to see. Please read what is there in these dimensions. For example, we have extraversion and neuroticism. If somebody has neurotic tendencies, what do you mean by neuroticism? Neuroticism is a situation, neurotic tendencies are a situation where a person is very, very anxious, and if a person is suffering with an element of social isolatedness, and henceforth he may basically enter into the tendencies of depression. So if that person is having the tendencies of neuroticism and he's an extrovert, in what way his behaviors will be? The person will be aggressive, the person will be excitable, the person will be restless, the person will be optimistic and active. If a person on the other side of the coin is introvert and he's neurotic, he will be anxious, rigid, quiet, reserved, and moody. And the other side of the coin, opposite to neuroticism, there is stability. So there is a homeostasis in a person, in an individual. So there is an introversion. The person who is introverted and stable will be peaceful, thoughtful, reliable, and calm. Extrovert and stability, outgoing, sociable, carefree, and talkative. Now this is what we have to introspect in ourselves. And we have to move into that particular direction where we feel we are safe to ourselves. Now, the first important aspect that we are supposed to do is, as like the old sages have said, let us be good to ourselves. Let there be a harmony in ourselves so that there will be harmony outside. If you cannot be harmonious inside, there cannot be harmony outside. So stop thinking about outside, start thinking inside. So there might be chances that you want to do something outside. To what extent you have done something to yourself? If you are fragmented in bits and pieces, and if you are unable to connect the dots together in order to give a proper shape to your personality inside, then what happens is every activity that is reflecting from you will be appearing as bits and pieces. That is the reason it is a time for us to reflect inside what we are, how our personality is actually fragmented into bits and pieces, and then take it to normalcy. Am I peaceful? Am I thoughtful? Am I reliable? Am I calm going? Or am I trying to be sensitive? Am I trying to be reactive in nature? Let us take an example. If I have to sincerely talk about my personality, I don't have objections to say that I have started to be very, very neurotic. I was a neurotic person. One of the most important tendencies that I have seen every time, and the complaints that I have received, is that I have a lot of anxiety, in the sense that I want to know what is happening after my action is completed. Every action, I was very, very curious about what is going to be the reaction or how people will basically respond. So I was only worried about the result, and I could not sleep. And I used to do multiple activities at the same time. This is how my personality was actually driven by my inside elements. So I never got the time to introspect that these are the areas that I'm supposed to really think about. These are the areas which will basically disqualify me in order to have a healthy living, not only between my family members but outside also. But I was actually going like um, you know going by a wonderful car or a bike without any gears or without any brakes. So later I realized that when I'm able to recognize the fact that people are not giving me the feedback that I'm supposed to have, because even though my family members are giving me feedback, I used to basically disqualify them. I used to say that I'm right, you are wrong, and you have to learn from me. So over a period of time, when they have stopped talking to me, because if they say anything to me also, if I'm not learning from the mistakes, then I realized that there is something that I'm supposed to learn by myself. So I was aggressive, I was restless. So these are the tendencies. I was anxious about what is the outcome. So I'm an extrovert as well as neurotic. Sometimes as I was an introvert, I was neurotic. So from this neurotic behavior, I have to basically follow the path of stability. So I can be an introvert or extrovert, I don't mind. Basically, I'm an introvert. Then I started learning about in what way I'm supposed to basically have that balance of mind or state of mind. Then I started reading books by original thinkers. I said to you in my last class also, I started reading books of J. Krishnamurti. Even though all good things can be said by family members, but we tend not to change because of our ego, because we feel that finally, the learning is not because of XYZ, the learning is because of me. We want to attribute our success to ourselves. That is the reason anybody who is speaking anything about good about us, we will not basically uh, accept it, but we want to learn by ourselves. So in the same lines, I learned about my personality, about life living from the books of J. Krishnamurti. And after that, after having the exposure towards the MSc psychology or PhD psychology and interacting with very, very people, I started understanding in what way the mindfulness program or Vipassana can basically halt the aggressive thoughts inside me or the rapid thoughts that is there inside me. So this Vipassana or this mindfulness has given me a sense of stability. It has neutralized the thoughts that are very, very aggressive in me. The anxiousness is no more. It is there for certain purposes, but it is absent throughout because I have overcome that. So that is how each one of us basically can think of evaluating our own self and then entering into uh, the higher levels of healthy dimensions in our life. So this is Eisenhower personality theory. Like that, we have lot of theories that are given by many, many people that you can basically um, um, experience it or you can understand it. We have psychoanalytic theory that is given by Sigmund Freud. We have Horny theory, Carlin Horny theory that is actually given by a lady who is a student of Sigmund Freud. She accepted all her ideas, but she said that Horney said that personality need not be determined by our past behaviors or by childhood experiences. The personality can also be determined by the cultural factors also. So at some point of time, we should understand in what way the people around us can also be the factor for our growth and development. That is what Horney has said. And Albert Bandura, he was actually talking about in what way the social factors can influence people around us. He was talking about modeling, imitating, aping, and how a person can be influenced by seeing role models. So that is what he said. So with this, I try to pause a little bit. Not all the theories are actually discussed, but it is very easy to understand the theories when you go through them. They're all self-explanatory. But right now, for the next 20 to 30 minutes, I would like to explain to you about the projective test, because this is as important as any theory is. Because you will not be explained to you what is a projective test, how we are supposed to administer a projective test, what is the DNA of a projective test. This is not explained to you, neither the textbooks will also basically explain to you what goes beyond this particular test. So that is the reason I would like to take some time of yours to explain to you about a projective test called as thematic perception test. It is called as TAT, thematic perception test. So I will stop this particular screen right now, and I will go back for video presentation. So yes, before I start in another 5 minutes about thematic perception test or projective test, need your views about what we have discussed. Boring?
No, sir, not at all.
Or many things to be learned?
No,
Interesting, sir.
trying to recollect.
It's very quite interesting.
Yeah.
Many things we actually did not know are coming to light in the session.
Thought-provoking, sir.
Thought-provoking.
Sir, I really like the part how you have overcome that challenges what you faced in your life.
Yeah, I'm neurotic. I don't mind to say I'm don't mind to say I'm a healthy person. I'm a neurotic person. I'm a neurotic person. It is very easy. Because I have seen at a surface level, I have seen my tendencies. There are no issues at all. In what way? I can now recollect, the damage that I have done to my near and dear ones, to my father, to my wife, to my children. They're all there. But we have to graduate from that particular stage. Because at some point of time, if at all we are living with this particular attitude of neuroticism and we continue our life, what is the purpose of living? We have to grow. And I'm not saying that I'm 100% successful in graduating from neuroticism. There are tendencies which are in my control. Now people are looking at me. Yes. To have some kind of confidence. Yes. What is there? Life is full of learning. Who has taught us? Nobody has taught us. We have to learn by ourselves. Simple. There is a place called as Tanuku in Andhra Pradesh. How many of you are aware? Tanuku.
Yes, sir, I heard.
Yeah.
Heard the name.
There is an ashramam over there. Yeah, great. There is an ashramam over there. What is that ashramam at Tanuku?
Sir, is it in Tanuku or around Tanuku, sir?
Very close by to Tanuku.
There is a village called Velpuru.
Velpuru, yes, Velpuru Ashramam, correct.
Yes.
There is a person in Velpuru Ashramam. If you go to that particular place, you'll find that a person will be there without clothes, just for a loin cloth. He got inspired from sage Arunachala, Ramana Maharshi, Ramana Ashramam. Yes, he got inspired from there. We got that inspiration immediately. He left everything from physiological needs directly to self-actualization. So he went to that particular stage and he said, I will not speak anymore. And he's not at all talking to anybody since many years. Since many years, he's not talking. So one day I went to him with this particular anxiety issues. I went to him and he never speaks to anybody. He remains calm, composed. He does everyday activities. He goes to the garden, does every digging, and he's quite, he appears to be like a person who is known for doing karma activities only, activities. So I sat in front of him. If at all he wants to interact with anybody, we have to carry a slate, SLAT slate. A slate is given to us. We have to write our problem on the slate and he will try to answer it. So I have written a question. Sir, this is an issue that I have this anxiety. What should I do? And he said, good, you have wonderful energy with you, he said. He did not say anxiety. He said, you have wonderful energy. So you put that wonderful energy in the right purpose, at the right direction. Channelize your energy for a right cause. So after reading that particular information from the slide, I did not understand anything. Oh, this he said something he said I did not get. But I have actually carried that particular point every time in my activities. You have energy, please channelize that energy in the right direction. So I carried for 1 year. And after that, I started seeing that, that particular seed of that idea has started sprouting. So if at all I'm troubled by people around me, or if I'm troubled because of my tendencies, I started trying to channelize that particular energy in doing some activities. Started doing gardening, potting the flowers, walking. So what is happening is that energy, that raw energy, which is actually used in order for an unfavorable activity, is channelized to do something which is very, very purposeful. Instead of me arguing because of my tendencies with the people around me, it is better to avoid the particular situation and then take hold of a purposeful activity, be in that activity, so that all that particular energy that is supposed to be utilized for something wrong is being utilized for a right purposeful activity. At some point of time, after using it for right purpose activity, that energy is lost. Now we are into the cool, calm, composed, stable manner.
Sir, it is nothing but diversional therapy?
Yeah, whatever you call it as, diversional. I do not know whether that diversional therapy is there existing in the literature, but I do not know, but I can understand the fact that I have channelized that particular negative energy towards something positive or desirable. Fine. Let us go back to the point. We have 20 more minutes. I will try to explain in 20 minutes what this projective test is all about. A brief introduction about psychological tests. Psychological tests can be categorized into two. The first one is the test with instruments, physical instruments. There is a second type of test which is called as a paper pencil test. Physical instrument test. Second one is paper pencil test. So physical instrument test, we call them as apparatus, also apparatus. Okay, in medical terminology, we use the words called as apparatus. In psychological test, we generally say it as paper pencil test. That's it. Now, what is the purpose of this physical instrument test? Unfortunately, you should be exposed with that physical instrument test also. Every psychology student should be exposed to this physical instrument test also. There are a lot of physical instrument tests where every test will try to understand the synchronicity or the harmony between psychomotor. Psychomotor means psychology, that means the mind, and second one is the body parts. Whether the body parts are in harmony with the mental, the psychic aspects or not. So in physical activities, we are actually looking at whether there is any sync between what we are thinking and what we are doing, the dexterity and all that, the test of dexterity and all that. So whether we are able to use our mind in a proper manner or not. So all these tests are actually done at a physical level as well as to some extent the mental level also. Whereas the other category side, when we are talking about the other category side, that is paper pencil test, that is purely related to projective techniques. Now, what is the history of projective techniques? Briefly to say, projective techniques were evolved during what is this called as psychoanalysis times. After William Wundt, this area of bringing out the unconscious levels of an individual to the conscious surfaces of the individual is actually initiated by Sigmund Freud in his works called as psychoanalysis. So Sigmund Freud felt that each and every person has a realm of the psychological understanding of his personality. So which is dominated more by the unconscious and very less by the conscious. For example, if I'm speaking, as I said to you in my previous class, I am conscious of what I'm speaking. But once I close this particular session and be involved in my activities, some of my activities are influenced by my unconscious motives. So as a matter of fact, most of our activities that we are doing are not at conscious level. When I say conscious level, please try to relate it to rational level, rationalities. Because I said to you that Albert Ellis REBT is a therapy which is actually made to understand that every human being should basically behave in a rational manner. Yes, man is a social animal, but man should be a rational human being. Going away from irrationalities, we are supposed to be rational. So we are less rational and more irrational in our activities. So that is the reason there are a lot of problems that we are actually facing. We are unable to take decisions in a rational manner. We are not able to behave in a rational manner in different occasions. I'm not saying everybody is irrational, but at some point of times in our lives, when certain activities are influenced because of these unconscious motives. So Sigmund Freud, during his hypnosis or psychoanalysis sessions, he used to bring what is this called as unconscious motives that have been suppressed over a period of time during our childhood, adolescent. Those things he used to bring it out in a situation called as free association. In free association, what used to happen is Sigmund Freud used to basically sit behind the subject and he used to ask questions. The subject should not look at the Sigmund Freud. If he looks at Sigmund Freud, probably the subject will be answering or giving answers by the reflection or the image of the person. once we see the image, probably we may tend to bring out the original aspects, or we may hide certain aspects. So the subject should not see the psychoanalytic person. So Sigmund Freud was behind the subject used to lie like that, and then Sigmund Freud used to sit behind and used to ask questions. So during these questions, the subject has to recollect all the memories that have happened in the past, which are basically the cause of the present situation. That is called as free association. In the process, what he is trying to bring is, he's bringing the unconscious elements to the surface level of the individual. That is where the story has started when it comes to this projective test. So the heart of projective test is trying to bring our I'm sorry, somebody's asking some questions. Okay, fine. So the heart of projective test is to bring out the hidden elements of our personality realms or unconscious realms. That means bringing out the unconscious element to the conscious level. So what is the best way? The best way is by projective tests. So one of the tools of projective test, one of the tests that projective test can be administered is thematic perception test. Thematic perception test. So what I will do is I will explain this concept to you through sharing the screen and drawing something so that you all can understand. Please have patience for a few more minutes. I appreciate all your patience, but some more is required in order to complete this topic. This is my humble submission to all of you.
Sure, sir.
And we are coming to the end of it, so request everybody to have patience on it. Yeah, can you see the screen right now? Paint screen?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. See,
Yes, sir.
this thematic perception test, a thematic perception test is given as a test to everybody. Nobody will tell you what is evaluated in thematic perception test. But I am telling you today what is evaluated in thematic perception test, not to write the thematic perception test in a proper manner or in a correct manner, but to understand the intention of thematic perception test. Okay, so I will tell you the philosophy behind it, projective test behind it. I'll write something over here. Please see this. Okay, so everybody has goal in life. Everybody has goal in life. Please, sorry for the handwriting. Everybody has goal in life, and everybody's goal should be determined by need. Understand that everybody's goal should be determined by need. That means only when there is a need, the goal has to be fulfilled. Only when there is a need, the goal has to be fulfilled. I'm not giving a conclusionary remarks, but I'm just giving you a healthy remark. If you say to me that, sir, is it necessary for us to have a goal without a need? I do not have an answer, but I can say that if a goal is there because of a need, then there will be a healthy situation. And without need, if there is a goal, I do not know what is going to happen to the consequence. So that is the reason most of our public sector companies that were established once were all there in order to fulfill particular needs, in order to develop our economy. Nowadays, most of the organizations are actually there in order to develop other countries' economies, lesser our economy and more of other economies. So that is the reason it is always there. It is always important and healthy to have a goal basing on the need. Okay, let us take an example. One person wants to basically become a doctor. Yeah, that can be his goal. But the problem is, why did he arrive to that particular goal? The goal he has arrived at because he has seen in his family during his childhood or around him that there are a lot of people who suffered because of medical issues, and lesser because of medical facilities, less facilities in medical aspects. That is the reason over a period of time he developed an attitude that he wants to become a good doctor. He wants to basically take care of downtrodden, weaker sections by creating enough room for medical facilities so that the weaker section can make utilize of it. So that is a need. The goal is to become a doctor. So need is strengthening the goal. Unfortunately, we might have a need, but there are chances that we have to achieve our goal. Mere having a need does not mean we have achieved the goal. What we have to do is that we have to do certain activities. Whenever we are thinking about our goal because of the need, what we have in our mind is positive feelings. We have positive feelings. Positive feelings. Yes, I want to become a doctor, I want to become an actor, I want to become a great psychologist. So if I become a good counseling psychologist, I can help people who are not able to help themselves. So there is a positive feeling in me. When I have a positive feeling, what happens is there is a positive goal anticipation. There is a positive goal anticipation. What do you mean by positive goal anticipation? That means, yes, I can achieve my goal because I have these positive feelings in me. So there is a chance, there is a degree of achieving my goals. If I achieve my goals, then probably all these needs can be fulfilled. So there is a positive goal anticipation. Sometimes what happens is, yes, I want to become a counseling psychologist, but I'm not able to understand the subject properly. So you go through good number of psychoanalytic psychology theories, personality theories, but you're not able to understand. There are chances that you have not written your examination properly also. In one of the subjects, you have scored very less marks. So there are chances that you may feel negative. There are chances that you might have negative feelings about uh, your activities or about achieving your goals. So once you have these negative feelings about achieving your goals, then there is a chance that you have negative goal anticipation. You have negative goal anticipation. So negative feelings will create negative goal anticipation. Positive feelings will create positive goal anticipation. So the more negative feelings are there, the more negative goal anticipation is there. Our goal is to ensure that the need is strengthened. Understand that. The more we get criticism about reaching our goal, the more we have our own problems in order to reach our goal because of our limitations, because of our areas of improvement, because of the issues that we are thinking about ourselves. Still, the need has to be strengthened. So all these issues, either it might be positive emotions or negative emotions about reaching our goal, should always try to strengthen our goal. Let us take an example. If somebody wants to become an army officer, he will be writing SSB selections. First time he will be not selected. Second time he will not be selected. Third time he will not be selected. What kind of emotions can we expect from him? Negative feelings, negative goal anticipation. But negative feelings and negative goal anticipation should not basically hinder him to reach the goal. He has to go for it. Just because he failed 4 times doesn't mean that he will be failing 5th time. He might have a negative opinion that he might not pass the 5th time, but that should not stop him in achieving it whenever he has an opportunity. So he should not stop achieving the goal just because he got some negative feelings. Just because by going with our feelings, there might be a lot of for accidents also. There might be chances that there is somebody who came to our house for some help. Yes, we have to help the other person, but we should also be very cautious, because just because somebody has come to come to our house for help doesn't mean that we have to freely allow him in our house and take care of him in a proper manner. That person can basically do anything wrong to us or our family members. We do not know. Helping the other person is more important, but trying to be very, very cautious to the person to whom we are helping is also very, very important. So that is the reason our goal should be achieved. But the feelings that we are actually gaining from our goal should not stop for us to achieve our goals. So in spite of having all these things also, our goal is to basically achieve our focus is to be our activities should be done in order to achieve our goals. So what we do is we are involved in achieving the goal through activity A, activity 1. This is activity 1, this is activity 2, this is activity 3. So what we do is, in spite of positive emotions or negative emotions, our need is strengthened, and what we do is we will do a lot of activities in order to achieve our goal. But sometimes what happens is, in spite of we basically trying to achieve our goals, there are few invisible things which we are not aware that might be stopping us from achieve our goal. They are called as PB. They are called as PB. One is personal block. Second one is worldly block, WB, worldly block. What do you mean by personal block? There might be some weaknesses in myself which are not allowing me to achieve my goals. There might be people around me who are not interested in me choosing that particular goal. So these are some of the common problems that we face when we try to achieve our goals. For example, somebody is interested in UPSC civil services. The student parents will say that, I do not know, I cannot believe you. You are my son. I know about you. You do not have patience. You do not have focus. You do not have concentration levels. You do not study properly. You are aspiring for UPSC civil services. So I doubt you. First, you get a job in software industry, then you can think about it. After having 2 years of work experience, you can think about it. So such kind of things our parents may say about us. So in that way, even though we pursue our activities, what happens is because of this parental influences or effects by people around us, our activities will basically hit the goal and fall back. They will not achieve the goal, but they will hit the floor and wall and then come back. This is an issue. In the same way, if at all we don't think about our personal weaknesses because of feedback analysis, we don't take feedback about where we are going wrong from others, then there are chances that we may also fall back. We may fall back. I study UPSC civil services, but I'm not able to pass the examination. I study SSB, I don't pass the examination. Why I'm not passing the examination? I'm writing everything as seen from the books. Why is it I'm not passing the examination? I'm not passing the examination because there is no feedback that you have taken. So if I write one question, if I write one answer to a question, and if I give that particular question to an expert, the expert will basically tell me that your question answer is very good, but the answer is not original. You are not reflecting your opinion. You can borrow some opinions from the textbooks or reference books, but you are also supposed to give your own natural opinion about what you have understood from that particular question. That is the reason your answers are not taken by the evaluators seriously. So they are seeing you as a second rated person. They are not seeing you as an original person. That is the reason you are failing in mains examinations, you are failing in options examinations, or in the interview you are failing because you are not trying to be original. So in that way, because of our inhibitions inside us or apprehensions inside us, we are not taking feedback from others, and thereby we are failing in many cases. In that way, what is happening is we are not achieving our goals. So what should we do? The best thing that we are supposed to do is try to basically take a different route to achieve our goal. It is called as thinking out of box. As somebody has said in the start of the session, we are contained in one particular platform. We are not thinking about what is happening outside. So that is the reason the best way to think about outside is to gain exposure or to gain experience and understand how other people have done it. Why is that I am unable to do it? How other people have struggled it? In what way I'm supposed to see the struggles that other people have taken? What is that mistake I am not supposed to commit? What other people have committed? And achieve the goal. This is what is called as creativity or innovation or ideas or whatever it is. This is called as creativity or innovation. So we have to think out of box and then we have to achieve our goals. This is the entire, what is this called as, understanding of a personality, in the sense that I will stop for sharing the screen. I will basically show you the slide. Can you see the slides over here? In thematic apperception test.
No, sir.
Okay. Now it is okay? Now can you see?
No, sir.
Not it.
Not it.
I have stopped
The screen is not being presented, sir.
Okay, 1 minute now. Yeah. Yes. Now you can see the screen. Okay. Now can you see the screen?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I gave you the theory of a projective test. What are the different elements that are present in the projective test? So when a projective test can be given to you, like in the form of a TAT, so a series of images will be shown to you. For example, 10 images will be shown to you. The 11th image will be a blank image. So this can be the first image, this can be the second image, this can be the third image. So we will, I will give you a couple of minutes time, 2 to 3 minutes time for you to basically seconds of time, for example, 5 to 8 seconds of time for you to see the image. And after that, I will give you some time, 2 to 3 minutes of time for you to write a story about that image. What you generally do is that you have to write a story of that particular image, whatever you see, whatever you feel. When you are writing a story about it, as a student of psychology, what you do is, because if you do not have any psychological exposure, what you do is you will try to write whatever is there in your belief system, whatever is there in your unconscious arena. Okay, so you are bringing out all your unconscious motives on the paper about what you see. Probably there is a time when you might be reflecting your story in that particular image. From that particular image, I can peep into your unconscious motives. This is what is called as projective test. Now, sir, I know the story now. So tomorrow, if at all somebody gives me a projective test, now I understood that they are going to understand my unconscious abilities. So when I try to see this particular first picture, a person who is sitting on a chair and holding his head with his arms, so I should not write anything about my past. Is it true, sir? No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that you have to be original. You should not be conditioned with the way a psychologist will evaluate your test. You are supposed to be original, because if you want to improve yourself, please try to put your original thoughts. What is there? It should not be whatever knowledge that you have gained about thematic perception test should not basically hinder you to write your original thoughts. You have to write your original thoughts. Then why did you say about the knowledge behind it? The knowledge behind it, you are supposed to, I'm supposed to give it to you, because if you do not know what needs to be measured, how can we basically counsel? What kind of interpretation we will be taking from the test? So once a story has been written, you will be reading a few lines, 250 words you will be reading from that particular image. After you have read that image, what kind of conclusions can you draw? So, which means I will take you back to this particular image where you will find that whatever elements that I have actually shared with you are very, very important to be considered in that particular image. So how many, what can you see the paint now, madam, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how many elements are there in this particular analysis? One is goal, first one. Second one is need. Third one is positive feelings. Fourth one is negative feelings. Fifth one is goal for positive goal anticipation. Negative feelings. Sixth one is negative goal anticipation. Seventh one is activities. Okay. Eighth one is block personal. Ninth one is worldly block. 10th one is creativity or innovation. 11th one is the theme, THEME. 1 mark is actually given for theme, which means that there are 11 marks. This is for you to know. Only professionals will be administering it, not everybody. Okay, so we used to do it when we were working with some organizations. There is an organization called as Apothecaries in Delhi area. So where we have gone to that particular organization and we have done a consulting assignment for those employees in order to understand the achievement oriented people in the organization. How many people in the organization are achievement oriented? So we want to do that. So for that we have done this thematic perception test. Achievement oriented people are there. So that is one type of personality which is actually given by McClelland, I think. If I'm not wrong, achievement orientation or achievement motivation theory is actually given by David McClelland. He said that economies are flourishing. Some of the economies are flourishing in the world because of achievement oriented people in the organization. So The growth of an organization or an economy depends on the growth of or the number of achievement motivated members in the organization. So what are the characteristic features of achievement motivated people? Achievement oriented people or motivated people will fix their own targets. And second one is they will work on their targets. So they will achieve their targets in such a way by thinking out of box. That means they will try to use creative means in order to achieve their goals. That is how they will be learning by themselves. They are autonomous learners, self-learners. So that is what he's actually talking about. So we did such kind of consulting works by associating with great minds in those consulting assignments by using this thematic perception test. So these 11 aspects are observed or understood from the story that you basically make it out. So there is an analysis that we do from what you write in that particular story and understand whether you have those particular abilities of achievement oriented personality or not. In general, if it is specific, in what way your unconscious elements are impacting your personal commitments in everyday life. That can also be seen in an analytic manner by the psychologist through your thematic perception test. This is how these tests are actually conducted. So this is one way of conducting a projective test. There are many more tests like paper pencil test, where a series of statements will be given, and after that there will be rating scales like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Strongly disagree, neither agree nor disagree, agree, and strongly agree. So every statement has to be read, and you should not basically answer a statement from the point of view of social acceptance. If any student is answering any statement from the point of view of social acceptance, we will not basically get the complete picture of the personality. So we should be very, very cautious. No test has to be administered independently without giving proper instructions to the subjects in front of us. So care should be taken in order to spell out what you are doing and how it has to be done. But sometimes, basing on the nature of the test, you should not basically talk about what is the motto of conducting the test. What is the motto of conducting the test? Let us take an example. There are some tests which are essential to know whether the person is narcissistic personality or not. Narcissistic personality. Let us take an example. There is another personality theory which is of recent origin called as Big Five personality. Big Five, B-I-G, Big Five personality. It is easy for you to understand. I will tell you the shortcut. There are 5 dimensions in an individual which needs to be understood. Big Five personality test. The 5 dimensions are openness, conscientiousness, extraversion, agreeableness, and neuroticism. These are the 5 elements that needs to be understood in a personality. So these are the traits that are actually measured through one particular test. Whether the individual or the personality has openness to learn or not, whether the person is conscientiousness, whether he is organized, whether he has a proper way of doing things or not, conscientiousness, whether he is agreeable, to what extent he is agreeable to his people. Okay, neuroticism, I said to you, whether he has that anxiety, whether he has that depressive moods or not. So such kind of elements are actually tested through paper pencil tests. So if you have to remember Big Five personality, it is very simple. Remember the word called as ocean. OCEAN, ocean. O stands for openness. C stands for conscientiousness. E stands for extraversion. A stands for agreeableness. And N stands for neuroticism. So in that way, you can remember that Big Five personality. So there are a lot of personality theories like that, and basing on those theories, they gave us what is this called as measuring instruments. For example, Cattell has given his personality theories. He said we have cardial traits, we have central traits, we have secondary traits. Cardial traits means the zenith traits. Let us take an example. Mother Teresa, truly altruistic behavior. there are some personalities in our lives or in the society where the greatness of a person can be understood because of the predominance of one single trait. But it is very rare to see them very oftenly in front of us. Whereas we belong to the secondary central traits. That means there are many more degrees of traits in us. Okay, so the way we take decisions, the way we try to solve problems, the way we agree with others, there is a degree of differences between us. So we belong to the secondary one. So in that way, Cattle's theory, personality trait theory, is also very much necessary for us to understand. Like that, there are theories are there which each one of you can easily understand by yourself. Okay. So I think I'm short with 3 more minutes. It is time for us to wrap it up and then say the end is the beginning of this session. I'm still available in WhatsApp group that was actually initiated by some great people in this particular group. So I welcome ideas, I welcome a discussion. I don't want the group to be very passive. Please speak up and then try to interact about some of the concepts that really require our attention so that the learning takes place. So it is a continuous learning. So this is what is about a minuscule about personality theories. I hope small amount of information about personality theories is actually shared. I cannot justify the entire subject from all the 4 blocks to all of you. It is very difficult. If you read it, if you can understand it, you can deal with the subject in a much better manner than I have delivered it to you. I am confident that each one of you are much better than me to deal with the subject, to understand the subject, and to practice the subject in a much better manner. So I leave it to your reservation. I leave it to your jurisdiction. Anything?
Sir, we need this video. Actually, this video is recording. Am I right? Do we avail this video of this session, sir?
Yes, that reservation is there in the hands of Regional Center. So they have
if you link it to the YouTube, we can download or we can watch it again. If anything missed, because it's raining outside, we have very poor connectivity. We are missing this kind of.
Yes, sir. We missed some part of topic.
So yes, if you recall the entire thing again, that will be better, and it is added to your.
So please, my request to you is, I'm not a master of this particular subject, but whatever I said, please don't take it. Please refer to the best brains in psychology, and then try to refer to what extent whatever I spelled out is in concurrence with the best brains in psychology. Not everything has to be acceptable. This is my disclosure.
Sir, can I have once again the elements of theoretical perception test, sir, the projective test? You said 11, no, sir. I'm missing one.
Yeah. Now I leave it to members. Can you please recall? Number 1.
First one, need, sir.
No, first one is
goal.
Yeah, goal. Second one is
Goal,
need.
need.
Second one is need. Third one is
need. Positive feeling.
Yes. Fourth.
Next, positive goal assumption, anticipation.
Very good.
Then negative feeling.
Very good.
Negative.
Negative goal anticipation.
Good.
Then activities.
Good.
Personal block.
Very good.
Worldly block.
Perfect.
Then creativity and understanding of personality.
Creativity or innovation. And the last one is, we have completed 10.
Theme.
The last one is the theme. Yes.
Theme.
What is the theme in which that particular story is built up? The theme is very important. Whether the theme is actually going in the desirable direction, whether the storyline is in concurrence with the theme or not, that is more important. Let us take an example. The movie title should reflect some element of the essence of the movie. If the movie title is different from the movie, then what do we think about?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, I have a query.
So you have answered it, ma'am. So there is no need for me.
Sir, I just.
As Swami Vivekananda said, nothing need not be taught to anybody. It is only a small kind of discovery in ourselves. Yes, sir.
Sir, Yeah, sir, am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir, loud and clear.
Sir, these 11 points are having equal weightage, or while you were relating?
Yeah, so that is very, very relative, sir. Unfortunately, what happened is thematic perception test, the measurability is debatable. So let us not worry anything about the nuances of measurability of it. Let us only worry about the individual elements, in what way it will reflect our own elements of feelings that are generated when we are experiencing some problem solving events. Whether we have positive goal anticipation or not, whether we have negative goal anticipation. If we have negative goal anticipation, should we need to withdraw, or should we need to strengthen our need in order to achieve our goals? All this I have educated in order to strengthen your need, in order to solve the problem, and not to worry away from the problem, or escape from the problem, or avoid from the problem. The goal is to understand the elements and see whether these elements are there in us or not. Let us take an example. In some of the movie, one heroine says, I am feeling inside, but it is not reflecting outside. Okay, so do we know what are our feelings inside us? That is more important. Can we recognize certain things which are there, which are not there? What is not there, we are supposed to imbibe it. Whatever is desirable, that needs to be imbibed.
Okay, sir.
And from all these assessments, I can assure you that from all these assessments, we cannot basically predict 100% of behavior. No, zero. All these psychological tests that are administered will only try to give what is this called as when we open a window, to what extent can we see? We can't see everything, but we can see something. So 60 to 80% only we can try to understand the personality, but not 100% of it. So none of the psychological tests will claim saying that 100% we can basically know about a personality. No. So it all depends on how well the test is administered, how well the person is self-administering himself. Self-administering.
సార్ సైకో కోర్సెస్ ఏమైనా ఉంటాయా సార్ బయట? ఐ మీన్ సపరేట్ గా
కోర్సెస్ మనకి అండర్స్టాండింగ్ ఆఫ్ సైకో అనాలిసిస్ మీద బోల్డ్ కోర్సులు ఉంటాయండి. మన కోర్సెరాలో చూడండి, లేకపోతే యుడెమీలో చూడండి, బోల్డ్ వీడియోస్. ఎందుకు యూట్యూబ్ లోనే బోల్డ్ ఉంటాయి.
ఓకే సార్. ఈ క్లినికల్ సైకాలజీ తీసుకున్నప్పుడు ఈ సైకో అనాలిసిస్ ఉపయోగపడుతుందా సార్ ఎఫిషియెంట్ గా?
థియరీస్ అన్ని కూడాను విల్ లే ఫౌండేషన్ అండి. వితౌట్ థియరీస్ యూ కెనాట్ డూ థెరపటిక్ ఇంటర్వెన్షన్స్. Knowledge of theories are essential for therapeutic interventions.
Okay.
Yes. For example, I introduced you Gestalt therapy. What is the essence of Gestalt therapy? Can anybody say?
As a whole,
the whole is greater than sum of its parts.
Some of the parts.
Very good, ma'am. Great. All great people are listening to my session.
Samagrakriti Siddhartha. Samagrakriti.
Exactly. What does REBT stands for?
Rational behavior therapy.
Oh, REBT.
Rational emotive behavior
therapy. Okay. How did Alport define personality? Can anybody answer? How did Gordon Alport define personality? One of the famous definitions given on personality is by Gordon Alport. You have to remember that particular definition very clearly. Every student of psychology, including the speaker, has to remember the definition given by Alport, because it is very, very comprehensive. Alport defined personality as a dynamic organization within oneself which can adapt to its environment, its own environment. So till that particular point of time, before Alport, people were only focusing on external environment. But whereas Gordon Alport was the first person who has understood many definitions of personality and came to a conclusion that a dynamic organization within oneself. The mind is a great dynamic organization within oneself which can adapt to one's own environment. So what are the takeaways from this session? One or two? Personally, so that we can conclude personal learnings.
In this session, we learned personality theories assessments. We mainly focused on Abraham Maslow.
We learn clearly what personality is, perception and confinement. I mean, the clear definite. I mean, not the understandability level of personal development, personality. Thank you so much, sir. We understood it in a broad way.
Sometimes we need to unlearn to relearn.
Eisen's theory, 5 behavioral theories, Gesart's theories, thematic perception tests.
And the way I have disclosed about my issues that I was in conflict with, that also I request everybody to really take a serious note on, not on my personal issues, but on your personal issues, in the sense that, if I basically ask you candidly about what your areas of improvement are, probably in this open forum, you will not be able to say it or speak it aloud. I made it a point that, these are the areas that I'm supposed to improve. Like that, there should be a conviction in each one of us to identify the gray shades and then think loud to ourselves and make it a point that we are moving from the undesirable to the desirable. This is what my personal request is.
Sure, sir.
Yes, really thanks a lot, sir, for sharing such inner deep thoughts.
Fine. So with this, I think we have come to the end of the session. I'm still open in WhatsApp. If any student has any doubt, personally, without any strings attached, I can explain the topic. In fact, I thought to share with you one important concept called as why people are unsuccessful in lives. What is the main reason behind people becoming unsuccessful in life? That is what I want to share from a psychological perspective. For that, I will be taking a different session, free of cost, because I have not done till now any psychology training outside associated institutions by charging. So I've done everything free of cost because of the passion that I have towards the subject as well as respect towards the subject. So I'll be taking some sessions alternatively to clarify your doubts, and I sincerely thank IGNOU Regional Center for giving me this opportunity to connect with the bright minds who have taken a wise decision to enter into the field of psychology to make what I can say trying to make a healthy world to stay, healthy societies to stay. Okay, so this is what I would like to say, and thank you very much, sir, from admission section, for patiently listening to my session. I have not said anything new from the experience that you have, sir. మీరు లైఫ్లో చాలా ఎక్స్పీరియన్సెస్ చూసుంటారు. సో నేనంతా కూడా ఏదో ఫార్మల్గా లాంగ్వేజ్లో మాట్లాడాను, ఇంగ్లీష్ వచ్చాపట్టు మాట్లాడాను తప్ప ఇంకేమీ లేదు. ఐ డు నాట్ హ్యావ్ ఎనీ నాలెడ్జ్ ఎక్సెప్ట్ ఐ హ్యావ్ ట్రాన్స్లేటెడ్ యువర్ ఐడియాస్ టు ద పబ్లిక్. దట్స్ ఇట్. Thank you,
okay, sir. We will wind up.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Andy.
sir.
Thank you all.
Sir, last one, sir. Sir, you just said about a session.
So when, sir?